We're live. Is that what you're trying to say, Dustin?
Yes, you're live.
Thank you. Sorry we're late. Blame Jaffe. He got here late.
I did not. I got the goddamn thing at 9:58, and I got in here at 9:59.
No. Dustin's lying. Or Dustin, not Dustin. Jaffe's lying? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
What are you talking about? I can literally show you. Fuck you, motherfuckers. I can show you the timestamp, goddammit.
He's lying.
Oh, well. What are you going to do?
It's good to see you, Jaffe. How are you, my friend?
Good. I don't mean to be distracted. I'm just tweeting this out because people got mad at me last time. So we didn't know you were fucking live, dude. Okay. I am live now.
That's what everyone sounds like.
That's all the mixtape controversy people.
Yeah, mixtape.
Oh, there's not a game. What up? I'm doing well. I'm excited to be here. I appreciate you guys having me. As always, thank you so much. It was a good weekend. Good. How's the mama? You guys have a good Mom's Day?
Oh yeah. I went to a barbecue on Saturday, so that was good. Saw everyone. Yeah. So Dustin, what did you do?
I was at my grandparents for a bit, and then we went to Holly's parents' house for a bit. Took a nap in between. It was good.
Nice. I love naps.
Excellent.
I love a good nap.
Yeah. I know. I worry. I see my family comes from a long line of nappers, and so I like to think I'm not like harboring some awful disease, which is why I'm napping so much. But I'm 55 years old now, and an afternoon nap, if I can get a nap in every goddamn afternoon, I'll take one. And I don't know if that's healthy or not, but I'm appreciative of them.
No, I think naps are healthy as long as I guess you don't overdo it.
Right. You know? Yeah, I would only overdo it if we got like lucid dreaming technology, which is coming, and then it's just like I would sleep all the time.
Yeah,
and I think everybody would. Everybody should. Why would you not?
What's going on with you? So did you play this game Mixtape?
Oh my God, it's one of my. I played it. It's the only game that's ever made me cry.
Really?
Oh yeah. I adored it. It's one of those things you got to give it some time to see really how it sticks to you. But Gene and I talked a bunch about it yesterday because he didn't really like it as much as I did. He appreciated it. He thought it had some moments, but I fell for it hook, line, and sinker. It was totally aimed right at my heart. And yeah, I think it's one of my favorite games I've ever played.
Wow, ever.
Yeah, and not just that, but I think it is a very interesting game as it relates to what could possibly be laying groundwork, not intentionally, I don't think, for kind of the way the game industry might move forward. And we can talk about that, of course, but and I don't mean I don't want to get rid of Crimson Desert and, Windrose and all these great games and Pragmata. I'm not saying that, but there's something about this game that shows that interactivity, slight as it is in this game, and it's not like interactivity is slight, like you barely do anything, but there's no fail states for the most part. There is kind of a meme that it plays itself. It doesn't, but it kind of, I get the point. But it allows you to tell stories, and I look at it in a way that might be more palpable to people who don't consider themselves gamers. So I look at this and I immediately went to Marvel 1943, which is Amy's new game. And I assume it's in trouble. I don't know what's going on with it, but I've always hoped she was trying to do something at a mainstream conceptual level, like what Mixtape does, in terms of anyone can sit around and play it. There is gameplay there, but it's not a challenging experience. It's more like an interactive toy that tells you a story. Is how I would describe Mixtape. And I don't think it should replace games, but I think when you think about, you can get a game come out on Friday. Most people who liked it finished it in one sitting. I did. You move on to the next thing. It stuck to your bones. I fucking loved it.
Yeah, I'll check it out. I'm not going to play it anytime soon, but I do want to check it out. I like unorthodox games.
Yeah.
So.
But it's definitely generated, at least in my feed and Gene's feed. I don't know if it's been perceived that way with your algorithm, but it's generated a lot of controversy and people angry about it and this, that, and the other. But hell, so did Sero's, right? I mean, you can't take 5 steps anymore without pissing off somebody. So
yeah, Saros is a weird one. I beat it. I don't really know how I feel about Saros, to be honest. Like
I have yet to play it. Why do you not know how you feel about it? Because you loved Returnal, right?
Yeah, Returnal's awesome. Saros's gameplay is excellent. It is. We'll get into it in the spoiler cast in the next week or two, but it is deeply reactionary to everything Returnal did. So it seems like what they did is like went to like on a whiteboard and like, here are the 6 or 8 things that Returnal did. We're going to change every one of them. And like everything we do is going to be a reaction to something someone had a problem with in Returnal. And it lacks the mystery and mystique of Returnal because there's too much character, there's too much talking, there's too many upgrades, there's too many, like it's interesting. So like I was saying on Sacred last week, people were really upset about that 7 from IGN, and I'm like, that doesn't seem mega unreasonable to me. Yeah, actually.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, I would love to see what that whiteboard was, because there were a couple of key things I had problems with Returnal on, but I hate that you're saying the mystery of it and sort of the more subtle aspects of Returnal have been replaced with just talking.
Yeah, there's just it's not bad. It's nothing less than good. I think it's good. It's just I kept saying it's like be kind of be careful what you ask for. Because I was one of those people that's like, yeah, if you just tweaked this, and this.
Yeah.
And they're like, okay. And now it's like kind of a different game. Now, obviously it is literally a different game, but I kind of, especially having played and platinumed Returnal, replaying Returnal and platinuming it very recently, it's like, yeah, these games, the first one's better, definitely. Returnal is definitely better than Saros. That I can say for sure.
Did you want it to be a rogue like instead of a rogue light? Because I liked that it was going to be a light, even though I haven't played it.
No, I don't mind the upgrades and stuff like that. Like it's really more of the presentation, the lack of like there is obviously a mystery central to the story and stuff like that, but it just kind of misses for me from that perspective. And I really liked Returnal from that perspective. Like the mystery is what kept you playing,
Different director. The director of the first one left. So it's interesting that you can tell sometimes with something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently I only saw the headline on Push Square. I haven't read any details, but apparently it's kind of soft. I mean, Returnal was soft too, but
yeah, it does seem soft. Because I was saying, to be fair, like it's like it was number 11 or something on the PSN, or number 13. It was only on for one day before but Returnal was released the same day in 2021, and it was number 3. So even there, it's fallen a little bit, though. I think
that's
Returnal,
a lot. It only was in the top 15 for one day.
Yeah, like for that, because it came out April 30th. So
I see. You don't.
It incorporates. Okay. So. But what I was saying is Returnal released 5 years to the day before that, and it charted way better. But I was saying on Sacred, to be fair, like there were way fewer games on PS5
at the time. And it was a launch
title,
wasn't it?
It was a launch era title. No, I mean, April. It was 6 months after launch.
Right. So everybody was just salivating for anything new exclusive to PlayStation. So I get that. I mean, I can see that, but I hope it does well. I mean, I will play it. I would like to play it, but I didn't feel compelled to rush out and get it. And I think probably just because there's just it was probably the victim of the sort of slaughter of RE9, Pragmata, Winrose, Mouse PI. It's just, there's so many great games coming out in the last month that I haven't finished all except one of them. I still haven't finished Pragmata yet. And so I think Seros just kind of probably got clipped, at least for me. That's why I stayed away, not because I wasn't interested.
I got the early access and everything. I mean, I really like it. I think the gameplay is excellent. I mean, of course it is. Right. That's Housemarque. But yeah, there's something missing with it. That I'm not great. I mean, I'm not like wild about Saros, which I thought I was going to be really, really, really into it. I will say it comes off as way easier, which is fine, but you'll see when you play it. There's this, because I don't want to spoil it because it's not available nearly in the beginning of the game, but there's like this central gameplay mechanic about altering the game's difficulty by, you basically have this positive and negative thing where it's like, make the enemies weaker, but you will take more of this kind of damage, or like that kind of thing, and it balances out.
Yeah.
And people were describing it as accessibility options, and I'm like, they're not accessibility options. This is like central to the game. I feel like they want you to do this stuff. I feel like the game's balance actually runs through this, and it's weird. It's I'll be interested if you play it, what you think about it. It's a weird.
Oh, I will. That now I'm even more inclined because I'm curious about, you know, any mechanic that kind of presents as unique like that. I'm like, oh, okay, I want to give that a shot. I mean, I wish, and I'm sure I'll get lambasted, but what's new? But I wish the PS6 would come out and the Helix would come out with you know, a TRC where it's just like, if you want to put a game on this system, every game has to have a slowdown slider. It doesn't change hit points. It doesn't change anything other than you can run, like Insomniac did with Spider-Man 2, or Roller Dome did, or Drone, whatever it was called, where you can drop it to 50%, 75%, 100%. Because I probably could have finished Returnal if I could have dropped it to 75. And people get mad at me and they're like, but that's not the vision. And I'm like, yeah, it is the vision. Because I'm 55 years old. So my 75% is your 100%. And so I'm experiencing what you're experiencing. If I'm playing it at 100%, you know, you're just gatekeeping at that point, because I don't have the reflexes anymore to play it at 100%. And so I can live without it, but it would be nice if they would provide it. That's
well, you'll like Saros, because Saros has all sorts of options like that. But I think that the game, you'll see. I mean, we can talk about it when you play it. I don't want to spoil it. I'm a little worried about Housemarque now.
Yeah, that's the state of things. I was going to ask you, right? Because it's probably not going to do well. They've never been a big mainstream group. They probably would be better off going indie and just kind of, you know, because they're probably going to get shut down, right? That's what you're saying. I mean, it makes sense.
I don't know. There are a few things. It's like they're Finnish, so it's kind of a cool place to have a footprint for Sony because there's good talent there. So you look at it like that and you're like, maybe we're not trying to like make an enormous amount of money from these guys. It's similar to Haven, where it's like we can have like a magnet in this place to bring people together. I also hope that they realize that Housemarque's really good.
Oh, I hope so too.
And they're never going to sell a lot of copies of their games. They've never sold a lot of copies of their games. I'm almost positive Returnal is their biggest game ever, from at least from a monetary point of view. Some things like Super Stardust might have sold more units. But I'm a little worried about them. It is my hope that Sony realizes that, yeah, this is a talented studio. Just continue to let them do their thing. They're never going to make a lot of money. They're never going to cost you a lot of money. And there are definitely studios internally, more than one or two, that should go long before Housemarque.
Well, so, what if they gave them a bit more of a nudge towards commerciality? Like if somebody, I'm just going to throw this out there, and I'm not saying they should do this, but even if they said, look, give us our first party version of Max Payne, you know, make us do what you guys do, because it's brilliant, but let's make it, let's keep 1 foot in the artistic world, and let's put 1 foot in the let's make some fucking money world, and give us a Max Payne, a John Wick, a Die Hard. I don't mean license those things. I mean, you know, Sony's creative. There's lots of creative writers and people there. Give us a summer action movie by Housemarque, right? I think that could go. I would do that before I shut it down. I would have done the same with Concord, though. I understand that people thought Concord was shit and this, that, and the other, but it was a talented team at an execution level. It's weird. You fail, you know, to me, the consequence to failure at that level should not be you get shut down. It should be you're going to get a visit from marketing. And they're going to embed with you before we greenlight your next title. I mean, hell, one could blame the greenlight committee and not the developers. I don't know.
Yeah, like I wonder if they would have been better served making a second Returnal, more literally, more linearly. I'm in this. I'm not entirely sure even have like, and I say that, listen, I think the audience that's been with me for a long time knows, like, I'm a fucking huge Housemarque fan. I mean, I've been a huge Housemarque fan for a long time, for almost 20 years. I used to have a big sticker on my laptop with the Housemarque wheel logo and stuff like that. So I say this out of no disrespect to them. I was amped when Sony bought them. I always thought it made sense. They saved themselves. They revived themselves after Matterfall. And they deserve a lot of respect, and I have an enormous amount of respect for them. I'm not entirely sure Sony needs to own teams like this. Like, I don't. My whole thing is I like this idea of small Sony making small games and stuff like that. I just don't like, what did this do for them? Meanwhile, like meanwhile, like maybe you need to have only 6 or 8 big teams, and they're just constantly working on the biggest games, and that's basically all that you care about. And then you let everyone else do everything else. I think they're more in that position, because I don't know what you really get out of a Saros and out of a Housemarque. I like it selfishly, but from their perspective, I wonder.
No, I can see that. I mean, look, there's 2 paths to where, in my opinion, big budget gaming is going to go, right? It's either going to continue as it is, and what you're saying makes all the sense in the world, which is, look, we're making 5 games, and we're spreading our people across, like Ubisoft wise, we're spreading everybody across all the games. Or there's kind of a visionary at Sony who's going, I see something different than you guys. We can't sustain this, and there's a different way to do this that we should kind of redefine what success is. Kind of like what Nintendo did when they left the GameCube behind and said, let's focus on the DS and let's focus on the Wii. And, I've talked before about the Iwata speech that he gave at GDC that I was there for, where he talked about everybody's fishing in the same waters. And we decided to go to blue waters, and it was scary, but there was no competition. So we own the space, right? I think when all you ever hear about is how dismal the game industry is and how expensive it's become and how risk averse it's become. I think there's got to be somebody out there that has a vision for how to continue to push games into the mainstream, but not just by spending more money. But maybe Nintendo's doing it. I don't know. If you look at least they're expanding their IP with movies and stuff. I don't think their games right now are particularly. Although Tamagotchi Life is exclusive. Is that made by Nintendo? Do you know?
Yeah, I think they publish it. Tamagotchi Life 3. Like, Mike is like obsessed with that fucking game.
Everybody's obsessed with it. In fact, I was.
They do develop it. Yeah, EPD.
Okay, now that's a game. I was talking to Gene yesterday, and this is really interesting. And he had a really good point. We were talking about Game of the Year stuff and this, that, and the other. And who knows with GTA, but probably. But we know we're starting to kind of get a sense of what might be on that list. And he says the sad thing about it, though, is that the one game that is really affecting, like that is blowing outside of gamer culture and is hitting all ages. And if you go to social media, it's grandparents are playing it, this, that, and the other, is Tamagotchi Life. He's like, that game is on fucking fire, and no one in the gaming sphere talks about it. For the I mean, maybe on Punching Up, you guys do, right. But in terms of like, there's no big Twitter discourse about it, right? And so it is weird how the big successes yearly don't get reflected anyway. But maybe so back to the point, which is maybe Nintendo's figured it out, which is like, you guys can have the awards and have the conversation, but we have the culture. We're the conversation piece that people are playing that are not just gamers, which I don't mean just gamers like that's some low thing, but you need more of an audience to make more money than just gamers.
Yeah. So, yeah. Gamers aren't your audience. Gamers are dead.
That's what I hear. Anita said that, didn't she? Sarkeesian?
No, it was that Lee Alexander chick.
Lee Alexander. Yeah, the Nazi.
One of the dumbest things that's ever been written in the games industry, just because it was like that is like the inflection point. That article fucking flipped. Everyone flipped out over that article. I remember that.
Yeah.
I think Housemarque will be fine. I just worry about them on the, like, after getting rid of Bluepoint, which I think Housemarque's a better studio. Bluepoint is definitely a more important studio, though, and they shut them down without any regard for them at all. So it's like, we'll see.
I mean, they have to. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure I could be wrong, but you have to assume they were sitting around going, okay, of course, Bluepoint's amazing, but this money, if we don't do that, we don't get Corey's game, or we don't get God of War remakes. And right, I mean, I don't think they could possibly not see the value in Bluepoint. The thing that's always confusing to me, though, is when these studios get shut down, Like when Bartlett Jones got shut down, we had a couple of options, but they weren't very attractive. So we just were like, okay, we're going to shut it down.
What did they want, like export work for some other game?
No, it was, so we had done Drawn to Death, which failed, and then we were doing a game with Sony, and that was going well.
You were doing another game?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
I put the video up about a year ago because
I don't think I knew that.
After I did Sacred Symbols, or whatever we called it, the live show in San Diego.
Right.
We ran into two people at Sony, and they said Scott Rohde had retired. And the only reason I hadn't released it was because I promised Rohde I wouldn't release it, because he had promised Sean Layden we wouldn't release it. Because Layden, my understanding is Layden thought gamers would get upset that game had been canceled because it looked pretty good. So I'm like, oh, Rohde's gone. Okay, fuck it. I'm going to put it out. And then like not 3 weeks after that, I'm like, people are like, no, Rohde's still there. I'm like, fuck. But anyway, we were doing that game, but it was co-funded by PSN. And because we were going to try to build kind of a staple PSN game and integrate it into the network. And it was a big initiative. Sony was going to spend a lot of money on it. And then PSN ended up pulling out because they were going to go a different direction for how they were going to change their brand. And then Rohde's like, we only have half the budget for it and we can't do it. And so after that, we were thinking about, we wanted to take it over to Psyonix, and we had a meeting with those guys, but a lot of it was just, we weren't ready. We had already laid off a bunch of people. We didn't have time to put together a really good playing build. It was just the build we happen to have. We were talking to a company in Korea about doing a car combat game based on their brand. But it was, everything was kind of loosey goosey, and it just didn't make sense. But I look at a company like Blue Point, and you would think those guys, or even if they do shut down Housemarque, it's like, that sucks. Okay, we'll meet Monday, guys. We've got 50 fucking options. Like, who wouldn't pick up Blue Point? That's
what I'm surprised about with Blue Point, is that we haven't heard anything yet. It doesn't mean, I was thinking that, because I'm like, it doesn't mean that they haven't, because the Tango Gameworks stuff was what took longer, and we didn't know for a long time until they were saved.
Yeah,
I would be surprised if Blue Point, like, I was surprised that no one said like, yeah, we took Blue Point. Housemarque, I agree. I think Housemarque would. The funny thing, depending on how much money the owners have and like how fiduciarily obligated they feel like, is like, we already sold the company once. We've made a lot of money. Now we're gonna be independent again. Yeah. We'll put a bunch of that money back in. We'll still kind of make a profit. We're sacrificing a lot of what we made off of Sony, but we still can live again and live to see another day.
Yeah. And that's exactly what, Scott Campbell did that, right? He founded Incognito, sold it to Sony, was a Sony employee. The minute his contract was up, he and I broke off and founded Eat Sleep Play.
And then Sony got in business went into business with you guys as a second party, right? So like, they just want to keep it. They want to keep. Yeah. That's what's so funny. That's why I don't understand these acquisitions. Like, some of them. Oh, by the way, I tweeted out about how bad the Bungie acquisition was and how I always said it was going to be bad.
That, yeah.
You know who liked that tweet?
Sean Layden?
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, all the things I had heard and all the rumors that what's his name? Jimmy Ryan and Holst, that these guys were just total political snakes and they treated the old guard poorly. All of that has been continues to be verified or almost verified. So yeah, these guys, Sony's still doing brilliantly. So I'm not going to they ran Sony into the ground, but the magic is currently not there, in my opinion, for Sony.
No, not at all. People I see even in the chat, someone saying like, get Sean Layden on the show. I want to, but I think, and I want to respect this, is like, I was incredibly critical of him going to Tencent.
I was too. He won't come on my show because he knows he
unfollowed me over that, which is why I was surprised to see he liked some of my tweets. But it's like, I want to respect that. I don't think he really likes me very much, or like, at least, because I think that was bullshit. Like, I don't understand why he did that.
He may just not agree. I turned down a deal with Tencent for probably the reasons that you thought he should have.
Right.
But I don't know what his situation was or is, but yeah, I mean, I'm not going to have him on the show and not ask about it.
Because that's exactly right. Because that's exactly what I was going to get to is like, I don't want to have him on and not talk about that decision because Sean Layden's incredibly knowledgeable.
Yeah.
Really, he's always been nice to me. I've met him many times. I've interviewed him many times. It's funny is like my last interview at IGN, I remember was with him. Like that was right when he was coming in. I look at someone like that and I'm like, you can work anywhere. It would have been better for you to go to Xbox. Seriously.
Yeah, but I imagine it was a stock. I mean, a stock thing, or what are you seeing?
No, nothing. Nothing. I was just laughing at myself.
Oh, like, going to Xbox, like it was.
Yeah, like he should. Like that would have been a totally more acceptable move to me than
sure. But he probably got bank, like stocks or something. I mean, Tencent's one of the biggest entertainment companies on the planet, more than entertainment, right?
Yeah, I mean they're huge,
and maybe that's enough to sort of quiet the demons at night when he thinks about all the Uyghurs that are, being stomped under the boots of the Communist Party of China.
Lacaro in the chat says, I did it for the money is a fine answer. Honestly, no, it's not. And that's why it's not for someone like him, especially that had many options
it's a fine answer if you have if you have
no soul, it's a fine answer.
No, you're as I always say, you're only as noble as your bank account, right? So it's easy. In Sean Layden's case, we don't know what was going on. Maybe he's got a gambling problem or something, but we assume the guy had means and he could have said no, and his morality should have trumped his bank account. But I did it for the money is a fine answer. Sometimes if you can't afford to feed your family and you're days away, I always give people leniency on that because you never know where they're coming from. But in Layden's case, unless there's some shit we don't know, like I said, he had to pay the mob off or something.
Right.
I agree with you. It seemed like, dude, you had options.
Yeah, I didn't. Well, my major thing was like, why are you? It's not even like the individual as much as like, why are you teaching them how to do this? Yeah, like that's kind of the thing that I had a problem with. I'm like, you are an expert. You're a master at this. Look what you've done. Your expertise can go to any of these other companies. I don't like that you're going to this company. Now that's me pocket watching in a way, and I understand that. But at the same time, and this is what I resent, and I think you feel the same way because of the game we've talked about in the past that you turned down to do with Tencent is like, I can make a lot more money than I do right now. Very easily. Yeah.
I could have had a AAA directing gig for my next game, even though I'd come off a failure. How often does that happen?
It's exactly right. It's like to me, I look at it as I always say this about game ads. It's like I turn down game ads all the time. We could make hundreds of thousands of dollars a year easily in gaming advertising. I don't do it because I think it's a conflict of interest. Yeah. I could just say like, well, I did it for the money. I would have done it for the money. It's the same thing with merch. It's like we could sell Chinese merch and make a lot more money, but I won't. So like if you can afford, and I'm not nearly, I'm a wealthier person, but I'm not like Sean Layden level of wealthy. And if I can say no to the money, then he can say no to the money. That was my whole argument. That was it.
But I mean, I don't want to. I'm not denying what you're saying, but the older I've gotten, the more I've realized that there's a lot of flash. And I don't mean flash like it's bullshit, but there's a lot of presentation that goes in front of why we do things. But like when you say something like, I could make more money. I lost my train of thought, but I guess the idea of you could make more money with merch if you did it with China, or I did it for the money is not always a good answer. I don't know. I'm sure it'll come back to me, but the gist of it was, I think we have to, I would need to know more about why he said yes. Maybe he's just like, I don't fucking like the Uyghurs, motherfucker. I hope not, but I'm sure. No,
I don't think it even came in. And it's interesting because people are like, I'm even seeing in the chat, like, Colin, don't worry about it. Go get your bag. Like the point I'm making is I'm already getting a bag. I don't need it. Like I'm good. I would love more. I love money. I think money's awesome, but I'd rather earn it in ways that I think, I don't want to say are virtuous, but that are just more in line with my own philosophies. I'm simply not in need of the money. So it's like, I'm good. I also am like kind of, in perpetual middle class mode, which I think is great. Like, I don't want anything. I own my house outright. I have a pool in the backyard. I have a beautiful wife. I have a car. I have money in the bank. I have investments. It's like, what do I need? I'm good, man. Like, so I can just sacrifice my philosophy at the altar of more and then just leave it in a bank account or something, which is cool. I just want to, I don't know. I want
it goes to me. I always hear the Kanye line though, which is having money is not everything. Not having it is, right? So it's one thing to say like you and I are comfortable, so we can afford to exercise our morality,
right? Discretion, yeah,
right. And that I just think that because a lot of times people will want to paint me. It's like Jaffe was so noble. He did this. I'm like, dude, I can afford to be noble. I'm just as susceptible to this. The economic systems that are in play as you are. I just happen to have enough money in the bank that I'm comfortable saying no, but it's not virtuous. It is. I like to think it is, but I have to understand that the foundation of that is not that. It's that I can afford it. But if my kids were hungry or they were sick, I'd fucking be, this episode of Gabbin' and Games brought to you by Raid Shadow Legends all day, every goddamn day.
Right. It's just a philosophical. And you're right. I can afford to be virtuous, and that is an advantage. Just like Dustin always says, it's like I can afford not to take game codes and have early access because I'm established. By the way, Dustin, how are you doing today, my friend?
I'm doing just fine. I forgot to make coffee though.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna have to text Holly and have her, my very pregnant wife, deliver it to me. Not a great move.
That's good.
But
She's still fine. She's still mobile.
Oh, very mobile.
Yeah.
She's fine.
She's rolling
it's a big
around.
baby in there.
Healthy and happy in there.
Did I tell you this, Colin, that the baby's size on the last ultrasound was 97th percentile?
Oh yeah, you did say that's a big boy.
So he's a chonkers currently.
Yeah, everything's healthy and good and exciting coming up. Big time's coming for you, Dustin.
Yep.
And big time's coming for me because I have to name the kid. I have a few things percolating right now, but again, I'm not going to give any indication of what the name is until the time. And I'm going to say the name in front of everyone for the first time. It's going to be fun. Are you excited?
I guess so.
I would never have agreed to that.
No, he didn't.
I didn't. Well, there was something about like a college tuition match, but I don't think we have anything in writing.
Oh, that's right.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't think we have anything.
If I can straight up name your kid, I'll put $20,000 in a bank account for him right now.
You'll get a free copy of Saint Slayer if you can name his kid.
I'm excited to see what you picked.
Yeah, it's all.
And then we'll see if it's see if it's the same name I picked.
Sure.
Yeah. Good. Very, very good. Everything else well in your life though, Dustin? You had a good weekend?
Yeah, good weekend. Played. I beat Saros also.
I have to get the real ending now.
Yeah, I don't know if I even care to do that, if I'm being honest.
Do you agree with Colin's take on the game?
Yes. I totally agree with Colin. I think we're totally in sync on it. I have a couple more complaints about, like, I feel like the weapons aren't very well balanced. Like, as far as I think some weapons are just vastly superior. And so the RNG of what weapons you get is really annoying. But I had that problem in Returnal also. But yeah, there's another ending. I really would rather, I don't know how long it takes. So I probably should do it since we're going to do a spoiler cast, but I am almost done with Pragmata as well. So we have both those spoiler casts spooling up, and I'm trying to think what else. I played Marathon.
Are you going to play Mixtape? I would want to see what you think of Mixtape because you're kind of a music guy. You know bands and shit, right?
Yeah. So I haven't played Mixtape, and I really haven't seen much on it other than the controversy. My feeling, based on what I've seen, is that I would not like it. It comes off as very Life is Strange to me.
Yeah,
and
I
despise Life is Strange. So
I almost didn't play it because a lot of the stuff that came out, like I was very excited for it with the first trailer, and then I saw people putting stuff online, and I was like, "This looks super cringy and stupid."
Yeah.
We'll do a Mixtape spoiler cast.
Mixtape spoiler cast. I think Chris played it. So
yeah. Yeah, I think he's going to be on Summons 9 soon, so he'll be able to.
Someone says it's a Richard Linklater game, in my opinion.
Yeah,
I mean, I do like Richard Linklater. There's something about like nostalgia bait content that I put up the guardrails that I'm like, this seems like it's going to be lame.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, like I said earlier, I have not played it, and I'm curious because of the high reception. I feel like, okay, maybe I should give it a shot. But I just, there's a million things to play right now. So I would rather not play something I don't think I'm going to like.
I mean, it's only 3 hours, but the problem with marketing the game is that what you're saying, it makes absolute sense to feel that way about it in terms of what they've presented. But there is a very unique self-awareness that when you first start playing the game, and I won't spoil anything, but the characters, even the way they talk and the way they're written, it's this kind of like, whatevs, we're so fucking cool, we're too cool for fucking school, that teenage thing, right? But as you start getting into the game, you actually start to realize there's a very high probability that is part of the game's subtext and the character, because the whole thing is about, it's not about what it actually was like to be a teenager. It's about remembering what it felt like to be a teenager. And so the game is quite smart in that. It doesn't just lean into the Life is Strange where it feels like a bunch of 40-year-olds trying to write teenage dialogue.
Right.
It feels like that at times, but it also owns that to the point that it may very well be a big part of the game's appeal and message, is all I'll say without spoiling it. It's very interesting. It's worth playing if you're just interested in the art form, because it's worth, even if you hate it, just experiencing it and going, what is this? Why are people so divided over this?
I will say the drama around it being like not a video game or like doesn't have gameplay or something, that's fucking annoying. Like I agree. I'm like, dude, I love Danganronpa, and I'm not like a big visual novel guy, but I get that genre, the less gameplay directed genre. And I'm like, who cares? Shut up. Like, I just feel like shut up when people are so focused in on that. And it's like, dude, people are mad about the IGN and the reviews, and it's like these people can't decide whether they care about mainstream game reviews or not. They only care when they don't like it.
Yeah, and they're not wrong, I guess. They're not wrong that if you're, it's not a game, okay, it's more of an interactive movie, or it's more of a interactive toy that tells a story. Because I started to also think a lot of this may be autistic people, right? Like I've gotten to know more about autistic experiences because I have autistic people in my life now. And there are people that really care about how things are organized and what things are called. And so for someone like me, I'm like, dude, I don't give a fuck. I just think it's silly. But to some people, and I'm not saying this is all of them, maybe it's a small percentage of them. I get how some people are like, no, but that's not the definition. But this score can't live with this score. It doesn't make, so if they're coming at it from that position, okay, I get it. But if it's just the kind of gatekeeping stuff that it feels like, I don't have any patience for that either. I think it's ridiculous.
So. Yeah, no one cared that Doki Doki Literature Club doesn't have gameplay.
Doki. Well, that's I always just ignore. I mean, this goes back to Gone Home for me, and certainly even before that. But that Gone Home was really the game that where people started arguing, and like games like Depression Quest and stuff like that, which I never played. But it's like, this isn't a game, and I'm like, no, it is. And I think Gone Home's exceptional. That comes up always as an example. But I was like, this is awesome. And games with no fail states. There are games with no fail states that I adore. Heavy Rain has no fail state. Detroit Become Human has no fail state.
Yeah.
You can literally not do anything in those games.
It's just a very close-minded approach to the medium that has the most potential to be anything, really, as far as a video game.
Right. The level of interactivity, it's like, and then like gameplay that's like meaningless. Like Journey had meaningless gameplay. It wasn't hard. It wasn't the point. And you were talking about games that made you cry. That game, as I've always said, made me cry. It was so emotional and weird. I was like, this is incredible. What is this?
Journey was my least favorite game they made. And it was because I remember being in the meetings with Journey and they were showing them off. And my favorite game they've made was Flower, right? And
Flower's awesome.
And that game made me tear up a little bit, but I wasn't crying like I was in this game. But Journey felt too gamey to me when they started showing me things where it's like, okay, you go over here and you stand on this platform and it causes this beam of light to come up and that opens up this section of the game. It started to feel, it stopped feeling like an experience. And I decoupled from I'm just experiencing this, and it became, okay, Jaffe, flip the switch where you have to solve the puzzle. And I think that is one of the interesting conversation points about something like Mixtape, which is it's absolutely not a game like you're going to get good at. I got to master it. You have that, because games provide different things. There are games that provide that sense of mastery, and it's tough, but you stick it out and you feel great at the end.
Mm-hmm.
This game, I think, allows you to stay in the immersive fantasy of the characters because you're never pulled out of it by failure. Right. And there's something powerful about that. It's enough interactivity that you feel immersed, but it's not so much that you become so agency heavy that you don't pay attention to what the context is of the story. And in that, I think there's a sweet spot there that they do better than any other game I've experienced. So, and I do think if you look at like Marvel 1943, I hope that's what, I don't think it is, but it might be because it's taken so fucking long, and Mixtape kept getting delayed, just like Edith Finch, which was originally in development at Sony Santa Monica. These games that are very narrative-based gameplay take a long fucking time because everything's special case. And I would love to have more of a mainstream game, like a Marvel game, try this formula and see if suddenly it doesn't appeal to a lot more people who were like, oh, I never knew I liked video games before.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think people mistake fail states for bad things happening. I'm like, doesn't mean that bad things can't happen in the game. It means that there's no way the game doesn't stop. And that to me is interesting. I've always been interested in that. And I actually think making games like that is quite difficult.
Did you ever play? Was it called Soul of the Samurai or Way of the Samurai on PS1 or 2?
There was a Way of the Samurai, but I never played it. No,
there was a game that was the first game I played that maybe Deus Ex and this, where I made choices and the game didn't stop. The narrative just kind of kept going, and I'm like, this feels amazing. But I haven't seen a lot of people. It's a lot of work to do again.
I mean, that's tough. It's easier to have people die and say like, no, you have to do it this
20
way.
times.
Yeah. Right. Exactly.
Yeah. Jaffe, you mentioned What Remains of Edith Finch.
Yeah.
I feel like that game, I don't want to say it's underrated. I feel like it's underappreciated.
I agree. That's one of the best games ever made.
I think is so incredible. And even it's a game that I played with Holly, and she'll bring it up sometimes. She was like, that game was so impactful. And I just feel like people, I don't know, it's been forgotten. I don't know if it's been forgotten. I just feel like it doesn't come up very often.
The problem, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no. I was just going to say, I think a lot of this just comes down to the trickle down from, enthusiasts in the space that don't seem to like video games. And you get conversations like this as a result of like, what is and isn't a game. It's like, I don't think we're having that conversation anymore, personally. It's like, why do you seem to have such a disdain for everything? Maybe you're in the wrong space. And I'm incredibly critical. I'm an incredibly critical person. I've been told that my entire career. And I feel like I get an infinite amount of joy more than a lot of these people do. And I think that has I told this to Chris on Twitter. It's like there's a trickle down from that. When people cover games like that, then everyone reacts to games like this. Then you start to try to identify the games that could be the next one to lampoon before even knowing anything about it, based simply on its aesthetic or the way it operates. And
people calling Mixtape woke. I mean, I'm a very woke progressive guy. It's somebody had said it's the whitest game in the world. I mean, it is. It's not. There's no sense of diversity or it's life in the 90s with 3 friends. One of them may be mixed race, but that's about it. I don't think maybe their engine can't render black people because I didn't see a goddamn single black person in this fucking game. So this is not a game. There was no LGBT representation. Again, it was set in the 90s. I was a young adult in the 90s and a kid in the 80s. There were gay people, but they weren't going around school advertising.
Yeah, definitely.
So I'm sure there were a lot of gay people in the game, but it was like it was in the 90s where nobody was talking about it. So
I've said before to you that, my good friend growing up, who was the younger brother of my sister's best friend, who was a gay guy, was himself gay and never came out until college. And I was like, and even I was with him all the time, and I'm like, what? Even I was surprised. I have pretty good gaydar, but it was a different era. I am obsessed with the 90s, and I think this game will be very intriguing to me. I just I have to get to it, but I think it says more about the culture and what goes on around games and how it doesn't. What you were saying about Tamagotchi life, right? Like, the ironic thing is that none of this really matches up with financial reality, or the game's performance. That's what's so strange about it. These cottage industries pop up to dissemble one game, but it doesn't seem to affect the game, good or bad. Like, people were making fun of that Vodo, like that 1300 game or whatever. You know what I'm talking about? It was like the game with like the
Joan of Arc style character. Yeah.
And I'm
terrible.
like,
I couldn't handle it.
That game wasn't going to do well regardless.
Yeah.
Like of how people spoke about it. They found a target, and then the game happened to have done bad. Mixtape's one of those examples where it's like you found a target and it seems like people just kind of dig it anyway. The biggest problem I have with Mixtape from the outside is people calling it an indie game. It's not an indie game. And that's the thing that I'm so sick. Like, Saint Slayer's an indie game.
But I care about that as much as I care about. When you're published
by Annapurna and you have what appears to be potentially low millions of dollars in licensed music in your game.
Yeah.
You're not independent.
I get it, problem. But I don't even. But to me, the indie label is as important as the label of, is it a game or is it not a game? It's like, maybe for tax purposes, but I think it's ridiculous that like at a big show like Keighley's show, there's an indie game award. I understand the point, which is like, let's shine a light on these smaller games, but a game is a game is a game is a game, just like a movie. It's not like, you cost too much, you can't compete for the best picture. You cost too little. To me, it's so disrespectful of the art form to act like there's a difference. What does it matter? Right.
I think it matters just like you're right on, like, I think on the lower end, it matters. Like, it matters that like the same person who programmed Saint Slayer is the person who's submitting it for certification, is the same person who co-produced it, is the same, like all that kind of stuff. Like, that's independent.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter to the output. The player, if you're celebrating the best games of the year or whatever, the player doesn't need to know any of that. Unless
I agree with you completely, but I just think that the indie mark like that, people use that term, and it annoys me because it's like, dude, there are like real studios that are like, if you have a publisher, you're not independent. Period. So
yeah, that's fair. Fair. But I did want to say though, on the thing with Mixtape is, if you're talking about Edith Finch or any of these games that don't trickle down, and it's maybe one of the reasons I'm so bullish on streaming games, is like last night we did Mother's Day. My ex came over. We had the kids around, all this, that, and the other. And she's a 90s, 80s kid. She introduced me to K-Rock when I came out to college. There's a lot of K-Rock music. There's like Jesus and Mary Chain and Roxy Music and all this stuff in the game. And I wanted her to play it because she's a decidedly non-gamer. Like, she plays Wordle with us every night. That's pretty much the end of it, right? But I'm like, I wonder how this would go down with her. But then I'm like, well, I need to get the Xbox. I need to take it into the living room. I need to go and upgrade it, or upgrade the firmware. Then I need to download it. Or, there's so many barriers right now, unlike other art forms. You want to listen to a song, you go to YouTube or Spotify. Mm-hmm. You want to watch a movie, you know what to do. I just think something like Mixtape or Edith Finch or Gone Home could have been a lot bigger. But it's just, you're only still selling it to the people that are willing to jump through the hoops to be gamers. And I really hope that changes with streaming, because if it doesn't, I think it'll hold back the art form, frankly, and the audience size.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. Well, I think it's all going in that direction. It seems inexorable. let's see. Dustin, what should we do? Should we get into some? I want to talk to people over phone. I know we have super chats as well.
Yeah.
Should we blaze through these super chats and then get to the phone calls?
Why don't we do maybe like half of these super chats?
Okay. Well,
I mean, the super chats are going to take forever.
Okay, I'll leave it to you. Yeah.
All right. Big Tube says Joey Diaz playing GTA 5 is peak stream comedy.
I didn't see that, but I could believe it. You spent $2 to tell us that?
He did. Thank you.
I don't even know who Joey Diaz is. So
he's one of the guys in like the Rogan camp.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Daddy T. Speaking of Collins, Colin, did you ever get to call the hidden number on the fridge during the Grove Street section of The Last of Us 2? 1-800-Tommy was the sniper 1337.
See, this is more like at $5.99 and it's euros. So we're getting, and because of the weakness of the USD right now, we're getting, so it's, I'll allow that. Thank you. I wish we had, AI could probably do it for us in the future. Hello AI, please comb through all episodes of Sacred Streaming for any donation that had to do with The Last of Us Part 2 and Tommy being the sniper, and we'll do it in like 5 years and see how much money I made.
Oh. True. Okay. Wings of Justice. Mixtape looks Dustin coded. I totally disagree. I'm sad that I have that impression that would give off my vibes. So
it's funny, like I think you're too young for it to be Dustin coded. I mean, ironically, like it's not about your era. You know?
Yeah, I wasn't a teenager in the 90s.
Right, exactly. Like it's about, like, really it's more for even Jaffe, but I was in the 90s, like I was in 10th grade in 1999. So like
no,
the
it's
90s
totally like, you're more Colin, you're more sweet spot. I was a kid in the 80s.
Oh, okay, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I was thinking like, you know, as in your teens and in your 20s, I guess, like, yeah, I'm a kid of the 90s, so like I think it's more up my alley. Like something like this for you would be like in the 2000s or something. Yeah, certainly though, as what Jaffe was saying is like the music and all the rest will definitely connect with you, I'm sure.
But it's universal in a lot of ways. There has been good discourse about it, like with Gene going, look, my experience in Guam was nothing like this. He's like, I was 15. It was easy to get booze. We were getting all kinds of drugs and shit. We could get into bars. It wasn't like the Holy Grail like it is to these kids. Or there have been black reviewers who have played it and said, I really love this. I don't really relate to the white suburban wasteland vibe, but I relate to the universal themes of the game. So,
yeah, I'm interested to play it. It's on Game Pass too, right? So that's good for people over there.
Nerf Ninja says, "Release the numbers, Barry." I don't think Barry's in the chat right now. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know where he might be. Yeah, we just had new internal numbers yesterday. We're really happy with them, but we're waiting for. We want to, instead of like announcing numbers constantly, we want to hit like a real milestone before we say anything. Like, what's the point otherwise?
Are you guys going to be doing a tuning update on hitboxes?
I think the last update is going live imminently, and I mean, Barry's patched the shit out of the game, but I think we're going to leave it alone now after this, and then
I'm going to go back when you guys put that out then, because I want to see if I can make more advancements in it.
Cool. Yeah, that would be cool. I'd be interested to hear that. But yeah, we are. I'm excited. Like we had a really fun meeting about what we want to do for a sequel, and I'm already really like energized by it. So I think we will see more in the future, and well, I'm excited to get back to Habroxia eventually as well. So because there's a lot left lingering there too. But yeah, Barry will release the numbers. I'm trying to respect his wishes to not that I say too much.
Bench Frog says, I miss having small Dustin in the corner. Well, now you got big Dustin in the corner right now.
You got big. Yeah, that was funny when you made yourself really small and put yourself in the corner.
Oh, yeah.
It's like a little thumbnail.
Nobody puts Dustin in the corner.
No, not even himself.
Not even baby.
Ripperoo says, thank you for sparing me on your friends list, Colin.
Oh, did you make the cut? That's good. I just got rid of anyone that is inactive for a long period of time, because it's like you're useless to me at that point, because I really just want the anecdotal evidence of what everyone's doing. That's basically it. I like to see what people are playing. It's fun.
Yeah. Pair of Shoes says, when do Colin and Jaffe cosplay as Mega Man characters? Jaffe as Dr. Light, Colin as Mega Man with Rush. Stay cool,
I was thinking
yo.
me as Mega Man and Jaffe as Roll. What do you think of that?
Oh.
Sexy little Jaffe Roll cosplay.
I'm going to look it up. I don't know who any of these characters. I know.
Oh, Roll is like Mega Man's sister. She's like a blonde, like housekeeping robot.
Okay.
Oh, the woman robot is a housekeeper. I've lost
interest in looking it up now. I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, it is. Micah makes fun of that with Roll too, where it's like Mega Man like gets sent out to like go do all these things and Roll. There's like literally official art with her with like a vacuum.
Dude, she's so much better in Mega Man Legends. She's like his guide. She's able to fix everything. She's clearly smarter than him in Legends. Legends woke Mega Man game?
Yeah, it could be a woke Mega Man game. I don't know. I don't remember.
I like Coco Bandicoot more than fucking Crash Bandicoot. That's the goddamn truth. So.
Yeah, the ancillary characters are interesting. It's funny, man. Like Legends, I like Legends, but I always felt like it was fake Mega Man, and I really don't remember the story or anything about it. Like it's been. I haven't played it since probably the late '90s, really. So
it's good.
Yeah.
Niall sings, games like Mixtape will be easier to make using AI than almost any other genre.
True.
Yeah, that's true.
Probably true.
Experiential things will be. By the way, did Sony say something about their use of AI recently? I got to like research that in time for, because people have been messaging me about it. I'm like, I haven't really read anything yet this week. So
I think the CEO said they weren't like, none of these CEOs have said we're not ever using it, but I don't know what else he said. Was there something specific, Dustin? You were nodding your head that he said.
Yeah, I think it was related to the earnings call that happened right after the day after we finished recording, Colin, and they said that they were I'm trying to remember exactly what it was. They're partnering with somebody on AI tools. I can't remember who it was though. The chat probably remembers.
Well, probably help. Maybe we'll get some PlayStation games now. No, yeah, I'm not crazy about what I'm hearing, but I gotta like sit down. I gotta read the whole. I want to read the whole financial document and stuff, which I usually do.
Oh, it's Bandai Namco.
The timing was bad this week. What'd you say, Dustin?
It's Bandai Namco that they're partnering.
Oh, they're partnering with Bandai Namco
on AI. So
Bandai Namco's pissing me off too, with Tales and stuff like that. It's like, what are you guys doing? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, dude. There hasn't been a Tales game since 2021. And they haven't even announced anything. What are you doing? What are we doing? I've been a Tales fan since the 90s.
Oh, I thought you were doing Tucker Carlson.
Oh, they took all of our money and put it in a pot.
What are we doing? Isn't that strange?
Mike and I still say that because that one with the leprechauns is so like the guy talking about leprechauns stealing all of the money. What are they doing? They took all our money and put it in a pot. What did you say?
Pork Poncho does bring up a good point because I saw this as well. He said it was essentially talking about using it for production and technical pipelines rather than directly creative stuff like generation of visuals, or I'm assuming he meant to put audio.
Yeah, Audi. He is European.
You see the rumor of From's next game? Speaking of Bandai Namco,
I saw that the name of it leaked or whatever, but I don't know. I didn't.
The rumor is, and I'm excited for this, is it's going to be pirate open seas. So your ship is going to be the hub, like you're sort of like when you return in Bloodborne to that outside garden area or whatever, and that moves around under your command, and then the islands are like your open world that you're putting together and stuff. That is just a rumor, but it seems to be like what a lot of people are saying.
It's a neat idea, dude. Yeah. You know what? Remember Waterworld? Yeah, the movie, and everyone hated it, which is like fine. I thought the world was kind of cool. It would be a little bit of Wind Waker, I guess, in there, but like the idea like that everyone is just on boats, like that's literally it. I think like no land at all.
Well, they had some platform. They had
right. They made like oil rig like things. Yeah. But one of the things I remember seeing that and was so fascinated that they were like paper was mega valuable, and like that was like the most valuable thing. There was like a super wealthy people had it or whatever. It would be cool to have a world like that, like all on water, in these like flotillas or whatever.
There won't be too long.
Yeah,
at least for California.
We need rain, but I mean it's raining today, thank God. But like we're in a mega drought right now that I guess goes back to like the late 70s. Yeah, and like it rains every once in a while, but it's just not sufficient. You know, like I had to go and like hand water all of my like trees and shit because it was like getting so bad. It's fucking annoying. Anyway,
Tacky Lives says the accessibility aspect of is it Carcosan modifiers, right?
Yeah, Carcosan, yeah.
Is that you can go into the settings and turn on unlimited positive effects. If you keep the pros and cons balanced, then you're playing as intended.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's what I assume the Carcosan modifier. So this is in Saros, Jaffe, this is what I was saying, is like there's like a meter you unlock eventually, and it allows you to like make gambits, basically. So like
gambits? What do you mean?
Yeah,
gambits?
like so like you'll be like, I will make this harder for me to make this easier for me. And there's like a gas like meter, and and like the number gets into the red and you can't do it. What this guy is saying is you can actually go into the accessibility options of the game and shut that off, so you can just put all positive modifiers and put the thing all the way. And so yeah, you could totally cheat like that. Yeah, I would never think of doing that. But to each their own. One thing I will say, by the way, this is a random thing. Some people will care. Saros's trophies kind of suck.
In what way? Like how to get them, or what you have to do to get
they're
them?
just it's easy. Like you just kind of play the game and do everything in the game, and I'm like, that's cool, but like now Returnal's platinum trophy was obnoxious to get. I don't want it to be like that, but I was like, yeah, everything's an overreaction. Everything is it's a reaction. Everything in the game, instead of like sticking to your whatever your instinct was the first time. Or anyway, we'll get more into it when the time comes.
Here's an interesting one from JJJD Bear. Colin, I tweeted Bruce Straley during his ex-nostalgia rant about Uncharted 1. Told him to let you pick his brain regarding dev on Sacred, and he liked it.
Yeah, I would love to. I haven't spoken to him since I was at IGN, probably. Or maybe kind of funny because it was Uncharted 4. Yeah, I'd love to talk to him. I have a lot to I would love to ask him things, because I feel like he kind of got swept under the rug. You know? I don't think it was an intentional thing. I wonder how he feels about that. You know, no one ever brings him up with Uncharted or with The Last of Us, but he was a key player in those series. Like
Hasn't he announced his new thing? Don't we know what it is?
It's like something Goose something, isn't it? Dustin, what's his name? What's the game called?
Oh, yeah. What is that?
It looked kind of interesting, but I don't remember it. So
it's called The Coven of the Chicken Foot.
Chicken Foot.
Okay.
Yeah.
But what is it?
I think it's like some sort of weird it's a third person like action adventure, but I think like more puzzle and like narrative oriented.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, it looks really nice. Okay, cool.
Let's do one more super chat and then go to the phone lines.
Let's do it.
From Mark LCT. He says, and this is a $10 one. He says, Jaffe, been meaning to ask for a long time. What was the process for getting the music in Twisted Metal 2? Was solely responsible for getting me into heavy/death metal and playing guitar as a young kid. Thank you.
Oh, well, thanks for playing our game, man. There was a group out in Utah. I think they were called Big Idea or Big Sound or something like that. And it was. Why am I hearing chicken? Oh, that's the trailer. And the process was just like the first game. We met with them, we showed them the levels, we told them the vibe, and then they would just send us tracks and go, what do you think? So this wasn't, none of it was licensed, it was all original. And so, yeah, it was as simple as that. I mean, a lot of the music in Twisted Metal 2, because the levels were themed around a world tour, you know, it was a relatively easy gimmick to say, okay, let's do something with the French national anthem and make a rock version of it, or let's do something kind of Eastern European sounding for the Moscow pit, you know, blah, blah, blah. So that was the process. I mean, I'm not a musician, so I don't know what their process was, but it was, you know, here's the vibe, here's what we want. They'd send us things, we'd give them notes, and eventually we'd lock in. The only thing that was somewhat unique was Twisted Metal 1. The same team that did Twisted Metal 1 music did Warhawks music. And I loved Warhawks music because Mike Guillaume, who directed it on Sony's end, gave them the Speed soundtrack, which I think is from Mark Mancina. And that's one of my favorite movie soundtracks of all time. And I said, when we do the rooftop level in Twisted Metal 1, I want you to totally throw away the style we had throughout the whole game and give me a track that would be at home in Speed. And I still think the Rooftop Battle song is the best fucking one we've ever had in a Twisted Metal. So,
right on. The Rooftops are. I remember when you and I sat down to talk about the original Twisted Metal a couple years ago, and I had replayed. You know, I played through it and platinumed it. The Rooftop was tough. Tough level.
Yeah, it was our favorite though. We loved it. I thought it was the coolest fucking thing in the world, man.
Okay. Are you guys
Right,
ready for some call-ins?
Yeah, pick someone.
I'm gonna pick someone. I'm gonna be biased and pick someone first, just because if there's any audio problems, I can trust him to not be stupid.
Okay, fair enough.
And this person has become a legend in the Last Stand community. Let's bring in John Pork.
Oh.
Hello, Mr. Pork. You've been selected.
Let's see if he's on. Is he unmuting himself? What is he? Is he fucking it up?
He unmuted himself, but hello, you're coming through.
Hey, how's it going?
Hello, Mr. Pork. How are you?
Yeah, good. How are you guys?
Very good.
You're so keep talking. Say
sorry.
things.
My question is a real simple one, but I'm really curious of both of your answers, but Jaffe's more specifically. If you could remake or like revive any gaming IP that say hasn't had a release in the last 20 years, maybe, which would it be? If you were given like, here's a blank check, go revive this IP, which one would you pick?
From the video game industry or any IP?
In video games.
I mean, so I guess I really have to think back to PS2 era or PS1 or before.
Yeah, let's say that era or before PS2. It doesn't have to be PlayStation specific.
Right.
Blinks the Time Sweeper.
I mean,
the wheel's spinning, but the hamster ain't moving for Jeff.
It's not okay. I think it would be Driver. I would.
Oh, Driver.
Yeah, but I mean, I think the reason it takes me so long is there's the nostalgia pick. Like, I would love to get the rights just for nostalgia to like Atari 2600 Adventure, but what is that really other than a name? It's a useless IP at this point. But Driver, I think, would actually be a commercial product. It could be successful, and I think you could really bring a real sense of personality. Like I just watched True Romance over the weekend for the first time since I saw it in theaters. And I had forgotten how fucking wonderful that movie is. And I'm watching that and I'm thinking now about Driver and going, you know, could you somehow mechanically express the energy that film offered and stuff? So I would go with Driver is what I would do.
Onimusha would have been the perfect answer until they're now making a new Onimusha game, which is
That's
good.
true. I played Onimusha 3 recently. I got sent a copy. My God, this holds up. This fucking thing holds up.
The Onimusha games are great, dude.
Yeah.
I love the Onimusha.
The first one has a bad puzzle that made me stop playing on the HD version. But this one's sublime.
Yeah, the third one has always been my least favorite just because of the modern day stuff, but it certainly had nothing to do with the gameplay, which is great. And I always thought the fourth one was underrated. No one talks about that game. Dawn of Dreams.
It was so different, and I heard it was really too hard, and so I never really got around to it because it's not the same kind of game, right? You have a controllable over the shoulder camera.
Yeah, it's like over the shoulder. Yeah, it's a much more modern game. I have a very vivid memories of playing. I wrote the guide for it at IGN. I remember just being so excited that Onimusha was I thought they were going into another phase of Onimusha, and then after that, it just disappeared. The answer for me that you'd be less interested, I think, but nonetheless, is Wild Arms. I love Wild Arms 1 and 2. Wild Arms 4 just came to PSN. Now you're getting into like the doldrums with Wild Arms though, with 4 and 5. So it's like, it's kind of how I feel about Mega Man Star Force, where a lot of people are being like, why are you not talking about the Star Force collection? I'm like, I mean, it's fine. Yeah, it's like just more Mega Man Battle Network with a different skin.
I want to say I wrote a very small bit of dialogue for the first Wild Arms because I think.
Did you really?
The translation, I think, was approved by or looked at by Seth Louisi. I don't know if you ever encountered Seth.
No.
He was a SOCOM guy in Foster City. And there was a point where I'm almost certain it was Wild Arms where he says, Jaffe, there's this one character that's supposed to be crazy or whatever. Can you just write me like gibberish, crazy shit, like surreal stream of consciousness shit? And I gave him the line, and I think it's in there, but I never played it. So
that's so interesting. Yeah, Wild Arms is one of my favorite games. It's like a top 5 game for me. I love that game. Very deeply nostalgic. One of the great. What I love about that game is it's incredibly emotional. It's incredibly well written, but it's got 3. RPGs, especially, they're always bringing people in and out of your party, and like at the end of the game, like Final Fantasy VI, for instance, you had like 16 or 18 people in your party, and like you had to select. I liked how they were just like, no, this is the party. You're gonna know these characters. This is it, and it felt in a good way, small, which I liked, and the music, very good as well, very emotional. John Pork, are you satisfied with your audio?
Yeah, everything works great. How do you feel, John Pork?
Yeah, very satisfied.
Good. Are you playing Marathon tonight?
Yeah, I could be. If you drop me a message when you're done, yeah, I could be persuaded.
Good. We got to lock in.
First, he's going to go smear some baked beans on toast.
Oh, I'm a
bangers and mash, governor. Bangers and mash, baked bread, dead. Yes, yes.
I like that kind of stuff, actually. Like when I had breakfast in Britain for the like the mushrooms and the tomatoes and with your eggs and your beans and your sausages and your toast. It's pretty good. I don't mind it.
Yeah,
they know what they're doing over there a little bit.
I was having a discussion with Dustin about this the other day. Black pudding, or blood pudding, as you guys refer to it, is underrated.
I don't know if I've ever had it, but it sounds like.
I don't think we should be consuming blood.
It sounds disgusting on paper. Like,
yeah,
I remember for
definitely
years I was like, absolutely not. And then I tried it once. I was like, this is awesome.
Yeah, I mean, it probably is fine. Like, it's I remember like being really horrified of like when I was a kid, everyone would be like the thing that you didn't want for dinner was liver and onions. That was like a big. Do you remember that at all, Jaffe? Like in your generation?
I never ate meat. My mom always made me.
Oh, okay. And that was like the thing you like wanted to avoid. And then I like as an adult, so I always avoided it. And then as an adult, I like had a bite. I'm like, this is fine. Just because it was called liver and onions, we didn't want it. But nonetheless, we had to eat. John Pork, be well, my friend. Take good care of yourself out there in Tau City.
Thank you. Cheers, guys.
You did.
Bye.
What a nice young man.
He is a good man.
Okay, so I got my biased pick out of the way for everybody. So from here on out, I'm picking completely. I mean, I see the names. I try to be as random as possible. I try to pick names I haven't seen before. This one looks kind of interesting to me. Let's bring in Kevin's Smoked Bacon.
Oh.
All right, Mr. Kevin's Smoked Bacon, you're on Sacred Streaming.
Let's see. We have to have a longer lead up because people are probably like, maybe he's working and then he has to unmute himself or something.
He needs to be at attention. I don't care.
Yeah, I don't know. He's not.
No.
Oh, okay. That took too long.
Yeah, that's a weird way to do it. But all right, I'm here. I made it.
Good. Well, what was weird? What happened?
Well, like I'm watching the stream on my phone at work, like you were just saying.
Right.
And then it just cuts me off of that, brings me over to Discord, and then I am chatting, but no one says anything.
Oh, I see. Interesting. Interesting.
Just a little internet kerfuffle.
Yeah, sure. Well, how are you?
Doing good.
Yeah.
How about you guys?
I'm well, thank you. Tell me about yourself.
I work at a Corvette shop in South Dakota, so I'm just grinding away.
Corvette shop. Interesting. My mom owns 2 Corvettes.
Oh my gosh.
I actually just saw her for Mother's Day, and she drove her like red. She has a 2008, like a pristine 2008 Vet.
Very nice.
And then she has a one from 1985 Corvette as well.
C4. Very classic.
Yeah, so
we work on the older ones, like the 63s, 70s, 69s. The ones that make a lot of money.
Yeah, she always wanted. It's so funny you call. She would fucking love to talk to you. Like, she's in the local Richmond area Corvette club.
Yes.
And they just drove in a convoy from Richmond to like Baltimore or something like that.
So she's hardcore.
Yeah. And my mom's 75, which is also funny. So she's like older woman, and she's very social in that space. But the funny thing about it is, like, Corvette was always her dream car. And she never had one. Like, she always said she had some nice cars. She drove like sporty kind of cars, but never that nice. And then for her birthday, I think when she turned 70 or something, her husband bought her like the 1985 Corvette, and they worked on it. It was like it needed a lot of work, and that was like a project for them. And then a friend of the family sold her the red, like pristine Vet, which is worth an enormous amount of money apparently, for like a cheap price.
Yes.
And So that's how she ended up getting them very late in life. Like people used to give her literally like as a joke, like for Christmas would be like a toy Corvette or like a Corvette or like I got you a Corvette, and it would be like a Christmas tree ornament. So it's funny to talk to you because
well, maybe I'll have to get in touch. I have loads of Corvette merch. Maybe she would like some.
Oh my God, she would absolutely love some. You DM me on that. We can make an exchange. I can send you like Hebroxia or something, or like
sounds good
or whatever. Yeah. So anyway, what's going on?
So my question today was just going with this. Have you been following these recent leaks of all the hidden stuff in Red Dead Redemption 2?
No, I haven't. No. Have you, Dustin?
I don't know anything about this.
I heard about the one Easter egg with like the spider that was hidden forever or something.
Yes, exactly. So this game's huge, obviously. And then there's all the fun Easter eggs of like Halo with the birthday message. And I believe there was some in GoldenEye. Jaffe, did you ever hide anything in games, or did you know of anyone that hid anything in games that have not been found yet?
Well, I hid some stuff in Drawn to Death that nobody would know, but you can't even play that game anymore. Twisted Metal. Yeah, I mean, hiding is not the right term. I mean, like I'm a sprite in Twisted Metal 1 and 2. Somebody put their kids ultrasound in Twisted Metal Black. I think the artist snuck in Jesus Christ into God of War. And I only found I only found out about this about 4 months ago, and I made a video about it because there was a real big performing video on the internet, and someone said, "Is this true?" I'm like, "What the fuck is that?" And then I went and I looked. I'm like, "That's actually in there." And so, definitely the artists are sneaking stuff in, but I never, not really, other than things like that. But it's not like I did something really, because the thing is, I mean, the way it works, at least when I was there, is Sony legal has to approve every single texture. So you'll send them file after file after file, and they'll go through and say, this looks like either someone's trying to pull a fast one, or this looks too much like the McDonald's logo, or this or that or the other. And so it never really seemed worth my time. But the artists were able to sneak some stuff in there for sure.
That's awesome.
One of the things that I've always loved, and I've noticed this, I've never really even spoken about it, but I'm sure a lot of people have noticed this. It probably began in the PS2 or maybe even the PS3 era when resolution started getting higher, is people clearly putting pictures of themselves and their pets or their kids or something. Like, so like you'll go into a house and like you'll look at the picture frames and it's just like a random cat. And you're like, I'm like, that's obviously like some designer's pet, which I love that kind of shit. I think that stuff's so funny. And cute, not so subtle. In other words, like making it look like it's something that's generic that you made for the game, but it's literally just a JPEG of your baby.
Except with Neil Druckmann, all the pets have to look gay. That's what I hear. That's what I hear.
These pets are not nearly gay enough. I read something recently about the Getaway, which I loved on the PS2, which I didn't know about. Getaway has like a lot of licensing in it, and one of the, do you know this, Jaffe, with the store, like the electronics store in Britain? I can't remember the name of it, but like they had some beef with this electronics chain because it was made by Team Soho at Sony London or whatever.
Yep.
And so they in the game that company got sponsored and like was in the game, but they boarded up all of their stores.
Oh, that's great.
As like an insult to them or whatever. Which was like, I'm like, I didn't know that. That's so funny. Like little shit. And you can't fix that once the game's out in that era.
That's right. That's absolutely true. Yeah, that's great. I have to assume either nobody caught it or Sony Europe didn't care because we didn't have that store over here. But
Port. What was do you know what I'm talking about? He's in the chat. Do you know the when I'm talking about the electronics store in the Getaway that like they were all boarded up? And that was supposed to be because they had like some sort of beef with them.
I think like McNamara just sold his company. It might have sold it to Rockstar actually, because people were thinking, "Oh, are we going to get a LA Noire remaster?" But apparently, that's not what's happening. So I don't, to credit that guy. That guy is a hustler, and he gets knocked down every fucking project, and he just keeps coming back. For me, I got knocked down once. I'm like, I'm good.
Yeah,
I'm totally fine. It's okay. It's not for me. But I mean, good Lord, LA Noire was canceled 20 fucking times, and The Getaway, and he was working on something called Horror of the Orient. That one,
the Horror of the Orient. Yeah. I remember that.
Able to bring that to fruition, but he's doing something else now. So,
He says the store is CEX, by the way. I don't know if what that is.
Okay.
But...
CEX. Go down, get a little new iPhone.
Got to get Little Big Planet
Little
on
Big
PSP
Planet.
down at CEX.
CEX.
That's on the phone too, isn't it?
Isn't
You're
it?
able to get that on the phone, ain't
They're
it?
all sold out. Bit odd, isn't it?
Well, look, after we watch the Doctor Who Christmas special and some footy, we'll go down there and we'll watch some Ted Lasso. I like Ted Lasso, baby. I love.
They brought
Ted
it back,
Lasso.
right? It's
Yeah,
like coming back.
season 4. Yeah.
Wow. Pork is not impressed with the accent slander.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
He gets it from me constantly when we're playing Marathon.
Hello,
he'll be like,
it's
"Oh,
marathon time, eh?
We need to go to perimeter. He says perimeter instead of
Jesus
perimeter.
Christ.
I'm like,
Aluminium.
he also told me he hates Paul McCartney.
Oh, Paul, that's interesting.
He hates Paul McCartney. He doesn't like the Beatles.
He doesn't like the Beatles.
I told him, I was like, I think you might be out.
Yeah, you're done.
After saying that, I think you might be out. And so I'd like the chat to boo John Pork.
You're done.
As much as possible. I need the tomatoes in the chat.
Look, according to the internet and Steam database, there's only like 20 people playing Marathon. If Pork goes, there's going to be a news story tomorrow that it's now down to 19. Don't lose that guy.
We need him. We need him.
Owned. All right. Well, thank you for. Is that it?
Yep, that's it.
Well, thank you for calling in. It's good to hear.
Thanks,
good to
bud.
hear your voice.
I will hit you up on Twitter, and I'll get your mom some cool merch.
Yeah, dude, she would be so amped. Dude, I'm telling you, it's like she's so into it. Oh, it's so serendipitous. Yeah, I'll look forward to hearing from you.
Awesome. Thank you. Have a good one, guys.
See you,
All right, you
dude.
too. Be well.
Wow, what a nice.
This
young
is the
gentleman.
fun thing about doing our own merch shop, by the way, is I just trade our merch all the time for shit. Not all the time, but regularly. Where someone's like, "Oh, I got a cool thing," and I'm like, "Yeah, what is there anything in the merch store you might want?" You know,
Currency.
Well, because they're often the listeners, and I'm like, "You want a Sacred Symbol shirt? You want a copy of Herbraxia? Some stickers? Like, I'll send you whatever you want."
People ask me if for merch exchange, and I'm like, I don't have that power.
I mean, we could do it for you too. It's fine.
Well,
it's not that big of a deal.
I'm open for business. Message me if you have any PS1 games. I'm just kidding.
For like that. I feel like
kidding.
it should be more like someone wants to send you something like unique or interesting, not like literally trading good for good. You know,
right.
Like we're bartering.
Yeah.
That's a little different.
That reminds me, Colin, remember I was talking about the Buc-ee's peanut butter puck?
Mm-hmm.
A listener, the one that was like, he's like, I live right by one. I was like, okay, hit me with your PayPal. I'll pay for it. And he's like, no, don't worry about it. A little gift for your, new fatherhood. I was like, okay, cool. I appreciate it. Sends me an entire box, a care package of Buc-ee's stuff. It had like 5 of those pucks, some salsa, a shirt. This is very nice. Very nice.
Yeah, that's people are very friendly out there. Like I'll do it on the show because that's where people, but I have like, I cleaned up my office yesterday and I have a stack of things that are right here of things people have sent me. And you know, on the show, usually I'll acknowledge I'll stack them up and then, because I don't like people sending me things like that. It's kind of a catch-22 where I don't want to acknowledge it too much because then I want people to be like, oh, I'll send you things. And then it's just like this never ending cycle of things. And I really appreciate that, but I don't want people to feel like they need to do that.
Right. Yeah.
So
I offered to pay the
PO box for you if you insist. Right. But like, I want you to save your money.
Yeah.
Personally.
Save your money. All right. Who's up next? There's so many names here.
And we should put these into an RNG or something.
I don't know how we would do that. They're a list on Discord.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. All right, so I'm gonna go.
Would you like to pick someone?
Oh yeah, me?
Yeah, you could pick some off this list if you'd like. If they're all here and I can find them. And
let's go to Eric Francisco.
Eric Francisco. Okay, Colin wanted to give you a moment. We'll have to let the stream. It's on a slight delay. Eric Francisco, your ass better be ready.
Eric Francisco comes out of Cincinnati. He's got a good family, but they vote Republican and they smell like cheese. But still, I think they're pretty good. Here he comes.
Here he
weighing
comes.
206 pounds. Eric Francisco.
Are you ready, Eric?
Hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
How are you?
Oh, let me bring him back in. Are we good now, Eric? Hello?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, what's up, guys?
How are you?
What are you wearing?
I am wearing a polo with some stretchy pants because I'm working from home today.
That's hot.
Oh, nice. Stretchy pants.
Yeah. They're like the Fabletics, like breathing active pants. They're like golf.
I see.
What they get called.
Right.
I see.
Ready for action.
What's going on? What can I do for you today? What can we do for you today?
Well, I tuned in last time you guys did the call in, and I let you guys know that I was going to Japan and I was going to do the surprise engagement. She said yes. Wanted to let you know.
Congratulations. That's wonderful.
Happy about that. Thanks guys for all you do. And then I wanted to ask, with the advent of all of these new technologies that kind of help anybody essentially create and publish a video game, I think a lot about video games that came out too soon or too early, and wishing that, man, if this had come out nowadays, what would it have looked like, right? So a lot of games that came out during the PS2 era, a lot of first-person shooters that came out before the control scheme was established. And I think about Mag a lot because I used to play that game with my friends in college, even though it wasn't that great. But I wonder, like, if it had come out today, would it have a little bit of an audience? Would it have been fun? Are there any video games that you think about would do well today if they had gotten to use a little bit of the tools that are available nowadays?
But just so we're clear, you don't mean like AI, you mean more like Unreal Engine 4 and
right, yeah, Unreal Engine, and just making it easier for developers.
Yeah, the control scheme's a big part of it to me because I remember that with the original Killzone, especially like the original Killzone controls like shit. And you're right. We've talked about it on the show before. Is like there should be some sort of convention of first person shooters, especially where it's like this is the way they control, and everyone should just agree that they control like this and don't mess around with these fundamental controls, but like click to aim and all that kind of stuff. I think Halo 1 might have even had that too, which I hate. I always think it's funny you bring up Mag because Mag's a great example of a game that on one hand is kind of scary because it requires so many people. So you need like a robust group of many thousands of people playing it at once for it to be fully populated. I was thinking something, I bring this up all the time, is I feel like PlayStation Home was totally before its time. And was ironically predicated on Second Life in a way, but like still in the console space was premature. And in this like forever connected console that they've made now in this ecosystem, it feels like it's like the thing that would not only like make sense, but maybe even do well in this day and age, as opposed to this afterthought that they had with PlayStation.
I have a funny story about PlayStation Home. I actually met this guy there that was spamming the Puerto Rican flag when I first joined Home, and we became like PlayStation friends. And when I was living in Seattle, he enlisted in the Army, and he was stationed up there at a military base, and we ended up getting drinks like 7 years.
That's awesome.
Later. Yeah.
Dude, it's so funny. Like video games are so funny, like bringing people together. We're known as like antisocial people, which I think a lot of us kind of are in our own way, but like at the same time, very social online. And it's always been like that since the Usenet days. Like it was always people like us that were
because you can control the valve of how much you let out about yourself and how often. But the thing, it's interesting. I'm doing this stream next week, which reminds me of Home. It's called like edX or something, but it's like the third year of this video game convention, but it's online and it's all in a MMO space. So you're walking around this convention hall, but every game gets their own booth that is obviously tricked out in the style of the game and stuff. And the developers can do what they want with the booth for giveaways and games and stuff like that. But I always thought PSX that Sony only did twice. Once was Vegas and the other was
three times.
Anaheim.
Yeah, three times. Yeah.
I always thought something like Home would be a great virtual convention kind of space for PlayStation, where you could walk around and meet developers and play demos and run into the mascots of the like walk around Disneyland. I mean, I do think there is a future where that is coming. I don't know who's going to get there first, but Home's a good answer to the question for sure. I think another one is Lair. Lair was so terribly made or executed.
Factor 5.
Yeah, I love their Star Wars games, man. But but the real challenge, like you even bring up something like Home or Lair, so many games, or Mag, so many games have come along since and leapfrogged over what they were trying to do, which would have been, if they would have been successful, they would have been the beachheads. That to go back now and make Home or Lair or Mag, you kind of have to start from scratch and go, okay, if you are going to make Home, how do you differentiate it from what's called VR chat, which is kind of like what kids are using today for Home, which is incredibly popular, and it's much more robust than Home ever was. And you can play it on, that's the problem PlayStation always has, is it's like, I can play it on PC, I can play it on mobile, I can play it in VR. Home is like, no, you have to have the console. I'm like, well, it's a social space, man. I'm not going to do it,
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I Home's a great answer. I would say Lair. Probably, if you're just talking about mechanically or technically what we couldn't do today, that every game would benefit. Every fucking game I ever worked on would benefit from getting to be remade with today's tools. So it's, I think any game would, Superman 64 would benefit.
I guess the difference would be that a lot of the games that you worked on were great, right? And there were just a lot of games that didn't get to that place because they didn't have the tools or the funding or anything like that, I guess.
Yeah, it's easier to make games today. So what almost made it? I don't know. I think about something like Shadow Man then from Acclaim, and I go, I love the vibe of that character and the theme, but the game was just so, whatever. So I guess I would pick that, because then you could really let your imagination run wild, I guess.
Oh, and you got to get Lilimo to buy the rights to Naughty Bear.
I love Naughty Bear. That's owned by the guys that do that Warframe. Isn't that the same company? Behavior?
Digital Extreme? Oh, publisher, you mean?
Yeah, the publisher. Yeah. So I wonder if and wasn't Naughty Bear in Dead by Daylight, which was funny. I think Naughty Bear was a legitimately awesome idea. It's just it's not worth going back to. I just think it was unique, and funny, and certainly felt different. But it ran like shit. So I remember that very well as well. Eric Francisco, it was good to hear from you, my friend.
Have a good one.
Be well.
Say hi to your mom for me.
I'll do.
All right. I'm this close to taking half an edible. I am. I'm just letting you know.
Yeah, do what you got to do. Just don't get us. Just don't get me banned from YouTube.
I don't got to do it. I'm thinking.
Yeah. What was this business about nudity on you and Gene's stream? What happened there?
Oh, there's a troll call. We take calls, but we don't take them from the Discord. And I don't have screen callers. And I just brought this guy in on a black screen, and he turned it on, and he was naked.
Oh man.
And what's funny about these guys is they think they're fucking with you, and it's like, dude, that was funny.
That is funny.
And then the minute the stream's over, I private it. I use the YouTube blur tool. It takes like 5 seconds, and it's back online. It's like, okay. He was not an attractive man. It wasn't like he was like, look at this, ladies. It was like, really?
Did you see his penis?
Oh yeah.
Erect?
Interesting.
I didn't look at it that long, Dustin. I was more fascinated by the fact that he looked like the Baron in Dune.
Oh, okay. I only said that because I was like, maybe this was a kink for this guy.
Could have been. Well, good for him. Yeah. Hopefully he enjoyed it, but yeah, I don't know.
That's it's funny, man. Like you see all this stuff. Dustin and I have talked about this, and we brought this up on the shows in the past. I think too is YouTube is so strange with its rules. Like, it's clear what you're supposed to do and what you're not supposed to do, and I don't think we get anywhere near that line personally. But like, you see every day like some random channel just getting demonetized or struck, and you wonder like, are people full of shit? And like they know the reason, or they're not thinking about the real reason, or is it really one of these things where like shit just happens? In other words, I never want to like be anywhere near the line of YouTube's rules, because if we had a problem, I know if I talk to someone, I'd be like, oh, that's a mistake, this is what happened. But the reality is like there seems to be no one that works there.
It's hard to get in touch with them. And the other thing is, some people just get trolled, right? So if you get on the side of somebody that wants to fuck with you, and you don't have the resources, be that money or time, to fight back, you can be kind of fucked. And so I feel for those people, because that would suck for sure.
Do you Jaffe, I've asked this before too, and I wonder this because it's probably in the user agreement that you're not allowed, you wouldn't be able to do this, or it would have to be like arbitrated or something. But like, if your YouTube channel got taken away and you really didn't do anything wrong, you could just conceivably sue. right? I mean,
I don't know, because you're right. There might be arbitration. There might, I don't know what the terms of service
because like
are.
what you're saying, if you have the money and the means, it's like, no, we're going to make you like confront the fact that this YouTube channel shouldn't have been banned.
Oh yeah, there are even within the YouTube rules, like somebody, if they wanted to fuck with you, they could take this stream and say, this uses all my copyright stuff. And then the onus would be on you to deal with it. Now you could deal with it and say it doesn't, and maybe it'll take a week or a month, and suddenly they put this back and say, yeah, that guy was in bad faith, we'll ban him, but he's using a fake account, blah, blah, blah. But if you have the means, you can not only say, no, this was fair, but you can find out who these people are, even if they're using VPNs, and you can literally sue them for loss of income. You can sue them for defamation. And I know this because I'm actually helping somebody right now who's going through some of this shit. And it was 5 minutes calling an attorney who specializes in cybercrime. And they're like, oh yeah, we deal with this all the time.
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
So.
It's a interesting sitch out there with all this stuff. Cause it's like, man, I brought this up on Sacred, was YouTube is so, digital ecosystems go towards monopolies really quickly. And obviously it's happened forever, since the 90s.
Yeah.
That these companies almost become, I'm not saying they are, but almost become like utilities, where you can be like an avowed racist or something like that, right? And have a house in town X, and the water company actually couldn't not serve you, right? Like that kind of thing. And I'm not saying I want these private companies to be to that extent. I think they should have some discretion, but like, it seems kind of capricious that people are just like going around and just being like, yeah, we're going to just do whatever, and it's going to affect a bunch of people's livelihood, and we don't really give a shit. And I just think that's so flippant and casual and wrong, you know?
I think they care about the ones they care about, right? Which is if you make a lot of money for them, cool. But if you're a guy doing your own thing and you're small potatoes, they're like, look, we're one of the biggest entertainment companies on the planet, and we can't really worry about that. But you know, I definitely think that, you know, I saw this company today. I think they're like a football club from the UK, and they said we're getting off of Twitter.
Oh, Cork. Yeah, I saw that as well.
Yeah. And I'm just like, you know, there are consequences to being as, you know, I don't know what the word is, open or non-discriminatory or non-choosy as Twitter is right now. Twitter is a shithole. And I have done some good things on how I adjust the algorithm for myself, that it's not as bad. But, you know, if I didn't have such a large follower group on Twitter, I would in a heartbeat get the fuck off of Twitter. And I know Threads is popular to some extent, and Blue Sky, but you know, I think when you give people that kind of anonymity and freedom, that's fine, but it's a nightmare to deal with a lot of these people.
Yeah,
they're just
it is.
assholes.
It is. It sucks. It does suck. Because I think the idea of like the open-ended conversation and people saying what they want to say is good. I feel like it's just so easily abused, and human nature just brings you towards that, and it sucks. Like in other words, the way Twitter could operate is not the way it is operating, based on the behavior of many of its users, unfortunately.
Well, and that behavior is exacerbated and promoted, right, by the powers that be, because they make more money when you're.
Well, that's the thing, is like, I don't know. The thing that I think, I like the idea of monetizing on Twitter. I think that was a cool idea, but I don't think it worked. And I think that they should have the balls to say, like, we're just getting rid of this. Like, you got to tweet for the love of the game. That in and of itself, I think would fix.
I think it would fix so much, not everything, because even before they were monetizing, it wasn't the fact. I noticed it before that. I noticed it when Musk came in and said, pretty much, say whatever the fuck you want. It's the town square. And it's like, okay, but the town square is now, there's no real standards here. And so people can lie and say terrible things and, you know, so even if they're not making money, it'll still make you mad and keep you online. And so Twitter's happy, right? They don't really care if you're making money. They care if they keep you on.
Yeah, I think there's a lot. There are certain things, like, first of all, and they've mentioned this, although I don't think I would be surprised if they really are going to let anyone do it. But like the idea of geo blocking, or at least geo muting people. So like they have the location services on now or whatever. So like just saying like, I don't want to see anything from these places. Like I would click. I don't care what people think. I would shut 90% of the world off in fucking 2 seconds. So like it would basically be like the Americas, like Japan, Korea, parts of Europe, and that's about it. And Australia, I guess, stuff like that. It's like I don't need to see anything else. A lot of the but the monetization thing blew up because, and this was easily and quickly identified, is that like it's based on an American standard of living. So like I was trying a couple of years ago, and it was obvious. I was trying to see like how much money I can make on Twitter. I would like post a video or a clip every day. I would say like more incendiary style things. Everyone in the company knew, and I eventually told the audience, I'm like, I'm doing this on purpose. Like I want to see how much money I can make. And I made like a few $100s at the most or whatever in a month.
Right.
And I was like, I didn't post that much. I posted like once a day or once every other day. And I'm like, all right, so I made this. So like it became clear to me how you have to scale to make real money on there. And that's like to become a farm of some sort.
Yes.
And the other thing is that like $300 is irrelevant to, I mean, it's not nothing, but it's not going to change anyone's life here.
No.
That you could live on that in a lot of the world. And so that's what I realized too, is I was like, oh, like there's a lot of like foreign influence in this and like what's going on here. And I hate, so exposing people's locations was hysterical. And I thought that was awesome. But the next logical step is to let people ban those places, but they are not going to do it because it's going to kill views. It's going to kill, impressions. Bad.
Well, I think that whether it's an extension like on Chrome or whether it comes directly from these services, we are already at the point where your algorithm, I would love to go into the algorithm and say, like, use like a large language model and just communicate with English and say, I love debate, I love discourse, but I only want to see tweets from people that clearly feel they're there in good faith. If you don't like Mixtape, I don't want to get somebody who's like, you're a fucking F slur because you like Mixtape. So I don't give a fuck about these people. But if someone's like, hey, here are my issues with Mixtape, let's have I would love the curation to come from the AI. It can still come from the algorithm to an extent, but we do have the tech now, because the experience is just, it's becoming so miserable that it kind of almost feels like, I mean, I'm not a New York guy, but I remember when people, and in the movies, it would show New York in the 70s like a shithole. And then I guess Koch came in the 80s or whatever, and at some point and really made it a tourist destination, and it, much more beautified. And that's kind of what Twitter feels like and social media feels like right now. It's like there's underneath all the grime and muck, there is something beautiful about it, but it's out of control, and it's pretty unhealthy. It's bad stuff, man.
Yeah, I agree. I think the incentive structure is all wrong.
Yeah.
And so I think by incentivizing quality over, it's like in hockey, at some point, like, it used to be like getting pucks on net, like getting shots on net, trying to get rebounds, like just get to the puck to the net. And then at some point it became about possession and about the quality of the shot. And you're taking fewer shots, but you're getting better quality, higher quality shots that are more likely to work, either get a good rebound or ideally score.
But it made the game boring to watch, maybe?
No, it made the game better, because in my opinion, because and that's, but like it's unintuitive, and that's what they need to do, is like less is more. Like your impressions could be worth more on a CPM basis if they're more valuable. Like if you're an advertiser looking at Twitter right now, you're like, well, it doesn't really matter. Like everything's so abusive here. You're driving like a lot of abuse, but like 10% of this traffic directed positively might be worth even more than what we're paying you right now for 10 times the amount of views. So I think there's like a business reality too where that makes sense, but the incentive structure is all wrong. The reality is you shouldn't be getting paid by the platform to post on social media. I don't care if you make social media or if you get paid to post on social media by anyone. I don't give a shit. But like the company shouldn't be incentivizing it themselves.
Right.
And that
Instagram, I don't know if you're on, I know you are on Instagram, but I don't know if you spend much time over there.
I don't go on Instagram anymore because again, that platform's changed too. It's not really about like pictures anymore.
No, but I will say the advertising on it is really well targeted, because 30% of the time I will click on an ad. Like it serves me very unique, weird shit that I really like. I don't get that on Twitter at all. I don't know if it's a volume issue, but it's like, hey, I mean, I literally have a guy who is advertising this device he made, and all it is a choose your own adventure audio book that has like 5 buttons, A, B, C, D, E, F. And then he sells audio adventures that you plug in and you just listen to it, but you're changing the story based on very simple choices. I'm super interested, right? But there's no way that that's going to be advertised to most people, right? But they knew that I would be interested, and it was right. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, that is cool. And Instagram does know me to the degree that when I go on it, I'm really into goalie equipment in hockey. Like I love goalie equipment, old and new. And it's basically all it recommends me at this point. And I think that's another thing too, is Twitter's recommendation algorithm is weird too. Like, what was I telling Micah? Oh yeah, like there's that singer Meghan Trainor. And she released like a new song or a new album recently. And I was like, who is this person? So I clicked in on it. And I'm like, oh, I remember her and that other song. And that was the extent of my interaction with Meghan Trainor. And then it just kept showing me for like a week, like, oh, Meghan Trainor, like,
you like her?
Oh. Yeah. And I'm like, this is not smart.
You're saying that was Instagram or Twitter?
No, I'm sorry. That was Twitter or X.
Oh yeah.
Like their recommendation algorithm is too literal, I think. Yeah. And it keeps you, YouTube's is kind of the same way, actually. It keeps you stuck. You start getting into these ruts. The interesting thing about YouTube, though, that I really, really appreciate is it seems to know me based on the platform that I use. Because I'm logged into the same name on my phone, on my computer, and on my TV. And it does just show me like the things I like to watch in those venues.
That's cool.
Yeah, it is kind of.
I really do. I love when I do my stream, and I'm sure a percentage of people, much more on your stream than mine, are watching this right now on their televisions. I love that YouTube has become the number one way that people watch things on their TV. And I love when people send me pictures of like, oh, I'm sitting around with my family and we're watching your show, because it just makes it feel more real. It's like watching it on a computer or on your phone. Okay, that's cool. But it's like, no, you can watch a fucking movie on your screen, and you chose to watch us talking about video games. That's the coolest fucking thing out there. I love it.
Yeah, it's all, and it's an insult to everything else too, which I think is also something I really love. But yeah, you're right. And it goes back into what I was saying about the utility nature of YouTube. Like it almost is that serious. Where it's like, it's interesting. Anyway, Dustin, who should we go to next?
It's up to you. Do you want me to pick, or do you want to pick?
Oh, you're really coming hot. Or maybe
it's probably just on that app. It'll correct itself.
Oh, okay. Oh, because you haven't spoken in a minute.
Because I haven't. Right. I've just been sitting here.
Let's go to Odd Ranger.
Oh boy, here he comes.
Okay, Odd Ranger.
Odd Ranger was a small boy in Cambodia when he got the dream to come to America and pursue knife sharpening. Here he is, everybody, 232 pounds and smelling of blueberry muffins. Odd Ranger.
Odd Ranger, you muted. There you go.
There he is.
Here I am.
Oh, I thought I was given that time for him. I don't need to do those. I just was because I thought we needed.
It is working. I mean, it would have probably been worse. We probably would have clicked on.
Oh, I thought when I hear the boom boom, that's Dustin hitting the button.
Oh, well,
yeah, that is me.
It was. Go ahead, Dustin.
Yeah, I was giving them the stream a chance to catch up, and then once it's caught up, then
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. So
Odd
we
Ranger,
should fill that air with something. Odd Ranger, yes.
How are you?
I'm great, but if you want to keep going, Jaffe, go ahead.
Yeah.
I actually, now that I think about it, Odd Ranger, I bought blueberry muffin mix this week, and I'm going to make some right when the stream's over. I may just go to the goddamn kitchen in a minute and take a break and get a spoon and eat the goddamn muffin mix straight out of the goddamn thing.
Jeez. What about the Ozempic?
It's working, but I still want blueberry muffins. I won't be able to eat much of it. Like last night, I ordered a personal pizza from the pizza place. Obviously, I could only have like a slice and a half.
Interesting.
Yeah. So I still like the crap, but
it's like inconceivable to me
that you would only eat that much.
That I would ever only eat that much. Yeah, I want to speak for anyone else. I wouldn't. A pizza. I get a pizza and I eat a slice and a half. I don't think it's ever happened in my life. More likely, I'll eat the whole fucking pizza. Anyway, Odd Ranger, I like your name.
Thanks, man.
What's your real name? Not your full name, but your first name.
Odd Ranger.
So Odd Ranger is a gamer tag I created when I was like 13 years old. First Xbox, and just plugged in my first name. It's Alex, and it gave me Odd Ranger, and that's why it stuck for no reason other than that.
Interesting. I like it. Like that's a big. It's got to be getting tougher and tougher to come up with something.
That hasn't been, man. It's never changed either.
Yeah, that's like that. Like having something without numbers in it, I think is or like some sort of weird, XX.
What are you on PSN, Colin? Can you say?
Long Island Viper.
Okay, so you got I remember the day PSN launched, or the day before, they sent an email out to all the Sony people and said, "Hey, get your names in now." And so I got exactly what I wanted. But yeah, today it's all numbers and shit, man.
Yeah, I was Moriarty-IGN for a long time, but when they finally let you change it, then I did.
That's
so,
good.
Odd Ranger, what can we do for you today?
It's a good question.
That is a good question, isn't it?
Today's my birthday, so I might have low-key conned people to push me up here. So thank you for that.
Happy birthday to you odd little Ranger.
I think somebody put me in the zeitgeist because it's my birthday today. But it's related to that and Mother's Day. There's been a lot of mom talk today.
Yeah, a lot of mom
talk. Often, my birthday falls on Mother's Day. And there's been a family debate of sorts. What takes priority?
Yeah.
Is it my birthday? Is it Mother's Day? And what
does it look like when one takes priority? I don't even understand what that means.
I don't want to put my mom on blast, but
is your mom still alive?
Yeah.
Well, just go out and celebrate together. Who gives a shit?
It's complicated.
It's not complicated.
What if I don't want to? We don't have the same interest.
You're just petty. It's not complicated. The woman gave birth to you.
Petty.
It's petty.
You're taking it the wrong way.
The woman gave birth to you. She created you. She'll be dead one day, and you'll be sad. You'll get all those years to celebrate your birthday on your goddamn own. But for now, your mama is still there.
For sure.
You'll still get your goddamn presents, but go out and celebrate with your mom.
Alex, how old are you?
Yeah.
I'm 37.
37.
Yeah.
I feel like, well, yeah. All right, go ahead. Say more.
I was just going to say, I'm not upset about it. It was an interesting thought experiment.
Well, you sound upset about it, Odd Ranger.
Oh, well, thank you.
You sound kind of upset about it.
Yeah, I was going to say Jaffe is.
You're very defensive about this.
Yeah, you sound a little upset about it, actually.
Yeah, I'm half a second away to go get my blueberry muffins. God. You pushed me, Ranger. You fucking pushed me. I'm going to rage you.
It's your fault.
I'm going to eat my pain, baby.
I really just thought it was an interesting thought experiment because then I thought, what if her birthday fell on Father's Day, for example? Like my mother's birthday on Father's Day. Like, I don't know, maybe in the spirit of individualism, don't you think the birthday should take priority? It's more of a individualistic holiday. How do you guys feel about that?
Well, this is why I was curious how old you are, and we obviously know you're a man. 37-year-old man.
I don't know, man.
Well, what are you? What are you saying?
I just don't like to answer that.
Oh, okay, fair enough. To me, I think you shouldn't be caring about your birthday to begin with. And your mother will always care about Mother's Day. Like that's the thing is teach their own. I don't give a fuck about my birthday. And everyone in my family and everyone that likes me, in my life knows that.
Yeah, what does that even look like to be 37? What are you gonna have a roller skating party?
Yeah,
what the fuck, what are you doing on your birthday, man?
You want to go to the bowling alley?
But maybe that sounds kind of nice.
I mean, it does sound nice. I'm not insulting that.
What do you do on your birthday? If as a 37-year-old, what are you doing?
I was gonna go to a baseball game, but I got rained out this weekend.
Okay. So what did you do instead? Oh yeah, what game?
I'm from Boston, Red Sox fan.
Oh Jesus.
Yeah, sorry to say that.
Where are you from?
New England area.
Where in the New England area? What state?
Okay, I'm from Massachusetts, northern Massachusetts.
Northern Massachusetts. I asked only because I lived in all these places, so I'm always just curious where.
You did say something that pertains to my local environment that was very interesting. You once referred to the Dover Wendy's as like a legendary fast food joint.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right.
I've stopped there before, and I think it's gone like significantly downhill since.
Oh, I believe it too. I lived there in the 90s.
Wendy's has gone downhill in general, I think.
All Wendy's
as a whole
just trash now.
Yeah. Dover. I lived in Dover, New Hampshire for 2 years. So.
Yeah.
But I lived in New York, Maine. I obviously went to college in Boston. My mom lived in Framingham for a really long time. So yeah, I'm familiar, and Mike is obviously from Western Mass. So.
Yeah,
I love New England. I have a soft spot for New England. We always talk about moving back there one day, so.
You should.
Listen, I think Odd Ranger is getting the short end of the stick. He was asking a hypothetical, thought experiment. Jaffe here And the chat, not just you, Jaffe. The chat also, they're reacting in a way, but I think it's an interesting thought experiment personally.
Well, it is. It got interesting for me when he brought up the hypothetical of the mother's birthday on Father's Day, because that does bring in the gender imbalance, because the answer would be that your mother's birthday would take precedence on that day too, unfortunately. Totally Father's Day is still, it's gotten more serious, but it's never been Mother's Day. Never. It's never been Mother's Day. But I feel like you're 37 years old.
Yeah, birthdays suck in general, though. We should just ignore birthdays. I was thinking about it because this happened as should we have a therapy session? The only reason that it stuck in my craw even at all is there was a time when I was a young boy where it took priority,
Yeah.
And the dynamic's a little different. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
Well, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because you were a child.
That's different. And your mother should have at that point known better.
Listen, here's Jaffe jumping down his throat again. Again, he posed it as a hypothetical. He wasn't like, I need priority on my birthday. He didn't say that.
He's telling you about childhood hurt.
Why would it be a thought experiment if he didn't care? He clearly
that's like half of what we do is thought experiments, and like, oh, what if
a thought experiment is like, hey, if aliens came down and could destroy the foundation of religion, would we want to know the truth, or would that be a risk that's too big to take? Blah, blah, blah. Going, I'm 37 and my birthday. Yeah.
That's not how he presented it. You can check it out.
Showbiz, get some free tokens.
It's not hypothetical. You can't figure that out.
I can figure it out. My goal is to entertain the audience, and right now that's all I can think, because do we really want to have a serious fucking conversation about a 37-year-old man who's debating about when his mother should celebrate Mother's Day versus his birthday? I think it would be too depressing to take it serious.
So. I like where the trauma's going. I get the childhood trauma of it. I understand what you're saying. So what happened? How old were you? Let's get deeper into it.
Let's see. It was probably around like 10 or 12, around that age group.
10 or 12. Yeah, that's like, I can understand that. And you kind of got railroaded by your own mother, basically, that day.
I wouldn't say it's like dramatic. I just thought it just has popped up because it often collides, and it's just like, oh yeah, we want to celebrate together, but priority does come into play at some point, So I don't know. That's how I am. I'm very binary in that way.
Looks like I think Jaffe has something condescending to say. He's laughing. Go ahead, Jaffe. Go ahead.
This is the most autistic conversation I've ever heard.
You're on Last Stand Media. What do you expect?
I'm just like, my God, man. Are you married?
Yes, sir.
Well, what's the matter with her?
Everything.
Oh, man.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Say more.
No, I kid. I'm the problem in this relationship.
Yeah.
That's clear. Can you imagine? Oh, where do you want to go to dinner, honey? Oh, I mean, seriously, everything's loaded, right? Everything means something to you. If
you're taking my words way too far, David.
Am I?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think you are. And also, like,
you got to play it out.
No. I'm really invested in.
Jaffe just said you were an entertainer. You're here to entertain.
Yeah, but
entertain us, white boy. Come on, tell a joke.
Randy, is that you?
Am I the white boy? I'm sorry, I couldn't catch if that was towards David.
I don't know.
Oh no, that was towards Jaffe. I'm giving Jaffe a hard time because, well, there's just many shows of the other side around. So,
yeah. I don't even know what he just said. But anyway, listen. That's what. Okay. I mean, are you satisfied with your answer?
I don't think he's satisfied.
Like 2/3 satisfied with my answer.
Well, I mean, what did you want us to say, Ranger Danger?
No, nothing. It was just a general question, because I was just thinking about it. I thought it was interesting about the nature of like Mother's and Father's Day.
Well, here's what I'll tell you in all seriousness.
I agree that it's interesting. I think Jaffe's being very dismissive of it.
I'm being stupid, but here's what I'll say in all seriousness. My mom is no longer here. She died in 2015. If you like your mom or love your mom, even ideally, enjoy every minute you can with her. And then you'll look back and you'll remember this call and go, I can't believe I was being such a little bitch. Because she'll be gone.
Hold on. Can you say more about that? What's bitch like about what's been discussed?
Well, because it's a level of importance placed on something that at your age most healthy individuals would not give a shit. Right? So
you're acting like I do give a shit. It's just a fun thing to talk about with you guys.
Okay, well, I'm so glad. Okay, I mean, okay. So you just called in to toss some random fucking idea out that doesn't really mean anything, right?
Yeah, this is my 15 minutes.
This is a bad 15 minutes,
Yeah,
though.
yeah,
I mean,
that's
I'm
what
not
you're
saying.
choosing to
And I'm
use
not,
it on.
by the way, I'm not saying that it's your call has been bad or the conversation's been bad.
No,
I'm saying that if you're going after your 15 minutes, this is a bad way to do it.
I'm kidding.
I know, and so am I.
And maybe I am. Wink, maybe. Wink, maybe.
Odd Ranger,
we love you.
It's time to launch
Thanks
you into
for
the sun,
time, guys. Appreciate you.
Goodbye.
Anytime.
Be well, my friend. Good luck to you, and happy birthday.
Happy birthday, yeah.
Thanks.
Goodbye.
Say hi to your mom for me.
Will do.
Happy Mother's Day.
Well, that's one less patron.
You know what that is? Okay, wait a minute.
Thanks, Jaffe.
Now, wait a minute. Now, here's what I will say, though, and this is a problem I have, right? I joke around with people and fuck around with people, and I expect them to do the same with me. But you are not wrong. There are some people, and I'm sure there's a percentage of them right now, that will take that call and think that I was being mean to him. And I was just fucking around and playing with the guy. You know, it's like, you know, go and get your fucking shine box thing. I don't know the guy. I'm sure he's a good guy. But, you know, I'll be okay. This next call, I'll be serious.
No, I do whatever you want. I don't care.
No, I want to try a serious one.
I will say that I do think it is dubious for a 37-year-old man to care about his birthday. But I think it is an interesting philosophical question. And as a child,
that's different.
That's different. I also think it was interesting to say, like, what if the mother's birthday fell on the Father's Day? And I think there is a gender double standard. There is.
You're right. But,
people care more about their moms than their dads a lot of the time.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of truth to that. Yeah.
And it's not. That's a weird way of putting it. It's like I think people feel like they need to show a lot more to their mothers than their fathers. I think they think their fathers are stoic men of a different nature, and they don't need to be revered and celebrated. And that's just not the way most men come up. My dad never, ever, 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 ever made a big deal about his birthday ever, to this day. So
let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Let me ask Dustin a question. When the baby comes,
how
often? Well, I'm wondering because, like, I tell my kids I love them to the point that they're like, "We know, motherfucker." Are you the kind of dad you think that you're gonna make sure your kid knows it all the time, or you're like, I don't really say it that often? Because some dads don't say it. Okay.
No, yeah, I think it's super important.
Do not tell your son you love him until he earns it.
Oh, right, yeah. Until he can do something for me, you know.
Right.
Yeah. That's right.
No, I think it's super essential. Like part of the reason I want to be a dad is because of how great my dad was to me.
Right.
To be that person, you know, to be someone else's dad and give someone, hopefully I can be as good of a dad as my dad was.
I'm with you 100. That's exactly how I do it. Yeah. 100%.
So yeah, I think it's important. And I hope to do it as much as possible. So
the audience makes fun of me because I always tell people, you know, that I just text people randomly and I'm like, I'm thinking about you. But I tell people in my life I love them all the time.
That's good.
Yeah. In fact, actually, when we were saying goodbye and you were getting in your Uber after the show, I said I love you to you, Jaffe, when we were in San Diego.
Oh, I masturbated about it the whole way.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
right
great.
in the spank bank.
Yeah.
All right. Dustin, you pick someone.
Me. I need to pick somebody. Someone in the chat told me to pick them. Does that disqualify them? Or should I lean into the influence?
Their eagerness it could be a tool.
Okay, Ray. Oh, and this is the person that has the picture of me with Jim Ryan's head. So
good.
I do like that. Ray Charlazard, you're coming up. Are you ready? Are you ready for the heat? I'm dragging you in now. Here you go. Ray, you're live.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey, Ray. Is that your name? Is that your actual name?
No, my name's Travis.
Travis. Okay.
That's my dad's name.
Yes, it is.
And my middle name.
I know that too. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, Ray came from it was a random forum post I saw years ago. I wish I could find the original post. It was like a dumb meme where someone had photoshopped a picture of a Charizard sitting at a piano blind like Ray Charles. And I was like, Ray Charizard, that's hilarious. I was a stoner and it made me laugh, and it's been my name ever since.
Interesting.
I like it.
Dustin, I was thinking, so all right, so what's your dad's middle name?
William.
What's his dad's name?
I believe it was also William.
You see where I'm going with this?
Mm-hmm.
Is that the plan?
Well, it already happened. Not to make to break things down.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was the middle name. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that.
Oh, it's okay. It's all good.
Mine's James. It's fun.
James. James was gonna almost be my name. My mom always told me. I don't have a middle name. The males in my family don't have middle names.
Yeah.
I always loved that. Yeah, I was supposed to be a David. My best friend, his mom gave all the boys female middle names that started with M. So I think like Micklin is one, Michelle is the other, because she always wanted a daughter, never got one, ended up with 3 boys, and that was her revenge.
Oh, that sounds cruel.
It's a kind of tongue-in-cheek thing. It's that kind of family though. Like that's their whole vibe. They're all like kind of, they pick at each other. You know, it's all good fun though.
Wow.
I'm kind of like a little disappointed that I didn't get a middle name. This was, I think, partially to accommodate confirmation names. Like I think Dagan got a confirmation name. I was never confirmed. But Dustin, you couldn't use that name again?
I don't want to.
To keep it like
that was Emil's middle name. So.
Yeah, right. The sanctity of it or whatever.
Yeah. It's something, he can have his name and middle name, and this new baby will have his name and a new middle name.
Now, have you already chosen the new?
Mm-hmm.
And is it a family name as well?
Maybe.
Yeah.
We're all so excited.
I know, it's interesting. Well, because you really did keep it secret the last time. But I don't. What is the impetus behind that? Just for the surprise, or are you afraid of like people judging it, or are you afraid of like getting it? Maybe someone suggests something different, and it kind of like throws a wrench in your plan.
Yeah, I think that it is fun for the surprise because we tell everybody the gender. Like we don't care about that. We don't do like gender reveal parties or anything like that. Like it's very not any kind of ceremony.
Do people always know the gender now? Because I feel like that was the thing where you had to choose. Yeah.
No. Yeah. The ultrasound tech asks you, and through the multiple ultrasounds, they always ask to make sure whether or not you know or you want to know. So we just found out immediately. But what was your other question that you asked me before that?
I don't remember.
Well, I've got a question.
Yeah. I'm sorry. We have a call.
Sure.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Ray, go ahead.
No worries. I was just curious.
Not Ray.
I've been, Travis. Ray's fine. Most people on Discord, they call me Ray anyway. I'm kind of asking for, like it's not a big deal. But no, my question was, I've been kind of getting. I'm sure Dustin pops in every once in a while. I'm in the retro gaming channel a lot on Discord. I've had the opportunity to kind of get back into that in a heavy way. I've picked up just in the last 6 months an original Xbox. I've never owned an Xbox before, so I've been getting into that. Have a Sega Saturn, same story. Always interested as a kid, never had the chance to get one. And because I've been putting the setup together, I've counterintuitively had a lot less time to actually play games, because by the time I'm done working on cable management and doing all these things and sitting down at the end of the day, it's almost become like a hobby that's become a job kind of. I'm getting close to where I can finally actually start using the setup the way it's functional now I want it to be in. But I was wondering because I'm kind of in the back of my head looking forward to these games I'm going to get back into. I've been playing Pragmata, been playing Seros, but I've only gotten like maybe 10 hours into both of those. And it kind of got me thinking about like, what are the games? I know you guys are always actively playing stuff, but what, if anything, are the games that are kind of giving you the old grundle tickle of stuff that you're looking forward to that's either coming out or getting back into when you have a little more free time? something that's maybe just outside of the typical, like Colin, I know you and me too, we're both looking forward to Judas. Like that, maybe that is your grundle tickler when that finally comes out. That's going to break the ceiling of what you've been looking forward to more than say like a GTA 6. Like we're all kind of interested in that, but that's not for me. That's not like really changing the game for me. For me, Kingdom Hearts 4 is the one I keep coming back to, where when now that it's been a while, we haven't heard anything. That's going to be the next one where it pops back up. Oh, I'm going to be excited. Just like when we finally get that date, that's going to be the tickle. So I wonder if you guys had any tickles right now that you're looking at.
Is this a fetish for you?
Everybody likes a little tickle.
Yeah,
just feel something special. The butterflies in your stomach, the anticipation, like getting real anticipation that like lights you up like the E3 of dreams back in the day doesn't really come along so much, I feel like.
And you're talking about in the game space, correct?
Or I mean anything else. I mean maybe you're super ready for fucking Avengers Doomsday. I don't know. Maybe that's your thing.
I'm excited for Spielberg's Disclosure movie. I'm excited for The Mandalorian and Grogu. There's a lot of summer movies I want to see. Games, probably some indie thing that I can't even remember, but there's no big, there's so many games coming out that I'm trying to think, I have no idea, but there's definitely indie games on my wish list I'm excited for.
Are you making muffins?
Muffin mix. So
Why? Well, if you're making the mix, then just go put it in the tins and make the muffins.
Better than mixer, better.
I was gonna ask, are you having like
he didn't even have the edible?
Is that what was going on with the last caller? Where you like kind of ready for that next snack? Is that what was going on?
What do you mean?
You said you asked if you're hangry, I think.
No, yeah, no. I figured this particular call I would be very serious, like NPR is all. I just happen to have I just happen to have muffins, but I'm listening to your question and respecting it. Wonderful.
No, I just went from before. Oh, I see. I had to pause the video because I didn't know how all that was going to work with like crosstalk and stuff. So I see a frozen. I don't see that you're munching down on the muffins. I was worried about you. I was ready for you to get a muffin.
I appreciate that, but no, I'm doing pretty gosh darn good, my friend. What I will tell you, your question is a valid question. The problem is, I play so many games, and
hard for you.
I just like and things come out of nowhere in the spaces I play. Like there is a game right now I'm playing, which is the most batshit thing. It is called something about the library. It is set in one room, and you have like 3,000 books that have been thrown off the shelves by like a cranky fairy. It's called Librarian Tidy Up the Arcane Library. I'm not even fucking with you. You should Google it and take a look at it.
Night, right? I love watching your streams. You are always like so stream of conscious. Like there's always something new that I can look at and be like.
But Colin, do me a favor, or Dustin, Google that real quick while we're talking, because I need you to see what I'm talking about. This is not a game that I would have had my tickle pickled on.
What is it called again?
It's called Librarian Tidy Up the Arcane Library. This was not something that Jeff Keighley would show you, and you're like, I'm so hyped for that. So it comes out of nowhere.
Grab that too for this.
Yeah, and so it's basically an organizational game where you're picking up these 3,000 fucking books, having to find where they go on the shelves, and then having to put them in the right volume order in order to beat the game. And it's the most addictive thing that I have played in a long time.
It looks cool. This actually does look pretty neat.
It's very relaxing, but that's not a game that's going to get people going, I'm so fucking hyped. Tomorrow, midnight launch, Librarian, Tidy Up the Arcane Library, So that's why,
like everyone's excited for GTA 6, but that's a good grundle tickler though. The library, you've sounded pretty into that one. I'm excited to look at it.
Check it out. Yeah.
The reality is that I am not truly excited about almost anything except for a few games at this point. Not because I think games are better than ever. We're in a perpetual golden age. I keep saying that. There's so much to play. But the games that are stop me in my tracks, I'll play and I cannot wait for, there's only a few of them. I would say Judas is definitely one of them, so that's a good eye for that. I think Intergalactic is another one of those. I think the one that's most imminent, I think, is Blood of the Dawnwalker, which I actually am really amped for. Because I love vampires and all that kind of stuff, so that's right up my alley. And to a lesser extent, something like GTA 6, but it's not even to play the game. I'm just really curious about it. I just want to know what it is and
how
the
industry
works.
side. I love watching, like I'm not into day trading or anything, but I've recently started putting on like the just more financial shows in the background and stuff. And that's when, you hear the mumblies. People are already talking about Take-Two. Like I love hearing that stuff when it gets kind of outside of our scope. When you see like Palmer Luckey showing up on CNBC to talk about the M64, I always get a kick out of
that. 007, the chat is saying, I am excited to play that.
Yeah, that game, but that's a good example of like, yeah, I'll play that game. It looks great. I'm not like chomping at that.
That's like the cool AAA game that, like, yeah, it'll be good. Like I can probably assume that'll be a nice 7.5, 8 out of 10 kind of like, I'll like it, I'll play it. But that's how I feel going through like Pragmata. Like I thought it was gonna light me up more than it did. The gameplay's incredible, but the story didn't quite like it. It just didn't quite fill all of my bubble. So that's why I'm like Judas. Like that's the one I kind of go back to, or maybe that's the next one. Like I've been dying for like a first-person shooter that pulls me in. That's not like multiplayer slop, if I can use the slop term. That kind of thing. And then Kingdom Hearts 4, of course. I've been following that series since I was a child. So every time I get a little crumble from that, I'm gonna light up. But Dustin, what about you, man?
Well, you brought up Kingdom Hearts. That's going to be a big one. Though unannounced, we talked about there's a rumor earlier about a From Software game. I don't know how much validity there is to that rumor, but any From Software game is like, I'm going to be there the moment as soon as I possibly can. Especially after
was the rumor. Was it a Miyazaki or like more like are we talking like Elden Ring kind of thing or Ace Combat? Or not Ace Combat, the other Armored Core. Sorry.
Oh, Armored Core.
No, I mean it sounds like this is their next big swing, but they haven't associated Miyazaki with it yet. But so I don't know that. But the rumor just started leaking out this morning as the first I saw it. So
yeah.
Oh, okay, I missed that. Okay.
Yeah, something like whether it's a From Software pirate Dark Souls game, or even the one that's exclusive to Nintendo Switch 2. What is that called again?
Right. The co-op one. Night Rain, not Night Rain. I don't know what it's called, but yeah.
Blood something, but no, it's not Blood either, right? That's a From Software.
Dusk Blood.
Dusk Blood.
Yeah.
Bloods, yeah.
Yeah, no
Blood
matter
sausage.
what. I'm there. I'm
Blood
there
pudding.
for it.
Ray?
Well, cool. I mean, that's basically my answer. I mean, yeah, I got your grundles tickled. That was all I wanted to do.
Get my little.
I knew this was a fetish.
What the fuck is a grundle?
The grundle's the space between your asshole and your balls, but like
that was a taint.
That's also
yeah.
I only ever hear
Grundle was like a character in like
I was just throwing it
in the Green Knight or some English
Grendel, maybe.
Oh, Grendel, yeah.
Well, I appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much for taking my call. I'm sorry I announced myself in the YouTube chat, but I figured Dustin might key into me because of the Avatar talk recently.
It worked.
You have to use all the advantages at your disposal.
It worked.
Yeah,
exactly. I'm not above.
Be well, Ray.
See ya.
That's how winning gets done.
Or Travis.
We have something to discuss.
No, I know now. What do we want? I mean, I'm down.
We have to, Jaffe. We need you unleashed.
Do you? Because I'm being all serious now.
We need you unleashed.
We have Randy back in the chat if we want to go to him.
Oh,
remember Randy?
Your old friend Randy.
Yeah, let's go to. I mean, what do we have to lose?
Yeah.
Randy, I hope you're ready
for the whole business.
Hope you're ready, Randy. Here we go. Randy, you're in the call. You got to unmute yourself, but we're ready for you.
How are you, Randy?
I am well, thanks. How are you, Colin?
Good to see you. How's everything in life? Everything hanging in there for you?
Things are better than they've ever been.
Really?
Uh-huh,
tell me more about that.
Did you kill your wife?
So
is that why?
Not physically, but I mean,
just emotionally.
Yeah, complete disconnection, and I did go through with the move, despite Jaffe's insistence that I move the broad into the house with me or the house next door. I moved a healthy distance away. I don't know, an hour or so, give or take.
Okay.
That was the mental reset that I needed.
Mm-hmm.
My relationship with my kids is better than it's ever been. My business is doing better than it's ever been. So, still a lot of work left to be done, for sure. But
when's the last time you saw your kids?
My daughter's birthday was Thursday, so we had her party on Saturday. Funny enough, I actually invited the I guess ex-wives side of the family. All of them came. My youngest daughter insisted that her mother not come, so everybody was there but her, and it was the best family gathering that we've had. And
okay, so you're seeing your kids often then.
I mean, my 16-year-old, she works full time. She and has a lot of after school activities, so I don't get to see her as often as I would like. But my youngest daughter has actually moved in with the ex-wife's mom to stay in the same school district, but to get away from the ex-wife. That's how far the ex-wife has deteriorated into her whoredom.
Oh, I see. I see. So, all right. So
no, whoredom.
Whoredom, yes.
So let me ask you. Hoariness, right? So let me ask you this. So you said that the ex-wife's family came to the party that you put on.
Yep.
So they understand that their own person is an unsavory character?
Yeah, for years now, there's been tension between us that I was never really able to put my finger on. But in her absence, we found out that she had basically been playing both sides against the other, telling them all kinds of stuff about me, telling me that they hated them, or that they hated me rather. And with her gone, all that kind of, it wasn't out in the open. People were kind of whispering it off in corners while the kids were bowling and all that stuff. But by the end of the party, I mean, her whole family, came up and hugged me and told me they appreciated me and to keep up, what I was doing and all that. So my next step is to get my 16-year-old a car, and then she'll move away. Right now, she kind of has to stay with the ex-wife because that's the only way she can get back and forth to her school activities and all that. So
I told you should move, Randy. I told you should have left her. I'm glad you took my advice.
Did you actually?
Dude,
actually, that was. Let me tell you, that was the one long-standing issue I had with the last call, Jaffe. Is it really seems like you were disconnected with reality? Like your situation is so far removed from anything even remotely close.
Yeah, because
that is true,
yeah.
Jaffe. You get along with your ex very well.
I do, but let's be clear. You left out a key ingredient the first call, which is your wife is a whore.
Did I not mention that?
No, he definitely did.
He did say that, but we didn't have.
I didn't think he
sounded
meant
like
literally.
an insult.
Yeah.
Right.
No. She's an actual whore. Like
she's a prostitute.
Okay, we thought you were just.
No, I mean
like
not.
No,
prostitute would involve getting paid. She's just
right.
A whore.
So she's a whore in that she's just like a bicycle. Everyone's getting a ride.
Like the person that she's right now living in an extended stay motel with a dude that she met like less than a year ago. I know her whole family has begged her like, hey, come live with us, leave this guy, and come live with us, and let's help get your life restarted. And I even offered to help her, and she just won't do it. And my 16-year-old is taking her side because over there she can do what she wants. She can.
So okay. So your older daughter's still in your in the mother's camp.
Yeah, I mean, there's at 16, you can't make them do any. They get to choose where they want to live.
But she 100%. Is living right. But I remember that very well because I had to choose where I wanted to live, and it was awful. I wish someone just told me what I was supposed to do, but because I felt like I was hurting my parents, and I didn't like that.
I got to ask a clarification real quick. You said she's living in a motel.
Mm-hmm.
So I saw someone ask what motel.
like an extended stay,
So is your 16-year-old daughter staying with her?
Yeah,
in the motel.
Yeah, I cannot get her away from her.
She's staying with the grandma.
With the grandma.
No.
Yeah. Okay.
No, my 11-year-old is staying with the grandma.
Oh, the 6-year-old. Oh, okay, I'm confused. So where?
That's
okay.
Yeah, the 16-year-old is the one I'm trying to say. Like I'm trying to piece together, getting her a car and everything, because that will ply her away from her mom.
Right.
But
okay.
So the
she stays with her mom.
Lives in the hotel with the boyfriend and the mom.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
Is that weird?
Very.
Yeah, it is a little weird.
Yeah.
Now, your ex-wife, how's she looking?
Like a whore.
Like in a good
I
way
mean,
or a
just
bad way?
a bad. I mean, she's a bad way. Like, I mean, that is not the person I married.
Well,
I don't know what
I
happened, but she's yeah.
I ask because I always laughed about this as a younger kid. Like you'd be like, you know, with your friends in high school or in college, or whatever, and like one of your girlfriends would be like, "Oh, that girl's just a slut," or whatever. I was saying this to Micah recently, and guys would be like, "Oh no, who? Like who's the slut?" So I was like, I'm like, you know, some people could say like, "Oh, she's whorish," and that's why the guy wanted to know where the motel was, because some people can look at that and be like, "Okay, well, I'm gonna go score," you know.
Right.
No,
But she's like a
started.
clownish whore. She looks like shit. She looks like she's worn down, is what you're saying.
Yeah. She started in an apartment, you know, with both my daughters, and then this guy won't work. The ex-wife doesn't have enough, you know, skills and experience to provide enough income to maintain a stable lifestyle. So they got evicted out of the apartment, and you know, it's just gone downhill from there. And this is a woman that for 14 years was like, you know, a stereotypical cookie cutter, like, you know, 50s, 60s, stay at home mom, homemaker, you know. Postpartum, Dustin, this is kind of a heads up for you. Postpartum is real because that's, I think, that's what I think.
Apparently, so is like women's lib, but you know,
I mean, it's just ever since our second daughter was born, things were a little bit off, and I think her hormones and everything she wouldn't get help despite my insistence and you know, my attempt to facilitate and different types of birth control that she's been on.
Did you meet her in high school?
Yeah, senior year for me, junior year for her.
So her whole thing is what? You were the first guy she had sex with, and she felt like she was trapped, and she never really got to let her freak flag fly, correct?
She hasn't said that to me. The marriage fell apart because she became less, like, it was less of a partnership. It was more me taking care of everything. And maybe I assume what you said is kind of her motivation, but
how old is she?
She's 35.
Oh, so the wall's getting close now.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. I you know, because that was like a regular conversation throughout our marriage. Was
You're a good guy, Randy. You want some muffins?
I appreciate it, and only if you'll feed me like a baby bird.
Yeah. So you want him to eat it and then spit it in your mouth?
Please. I believe that would heal the divide between us.
Interesting. That would definitely heal. That would heal something.
Only if you're touching your grundle.
Look at Jaffe. He's just fucking stuffing this stuff down his gullet. Just go make the muffins.
He should forever be known as the Muffin Man.
All right. So Randy, do you feel a little bit of a redemption now that you got to say a little more after the last time? I didn't. By the way, out of respect for you, we never circulated that. You know, Lockmort made a clip of it, which we.
I messaged you and I told you. Which please don't say my real name because it's under our conversation is under my real name.
Oh yeah, no, I wouldn't.
But I did, you know, I messaged you and told you I don't care. I mean, I don't mean this to disrespect like the community, but I don't really care. People don't know the real me, you know, so I don't particularly care.
Oh yeah, no, I wouldn't worry. I wouldn't worry about that either. You have to have a thick skin.
But like I said, I think the conversation before pivoted badly because I feel like Jaffe out of touch, you know, point of view. And I told people like he's the host.
Let me tell you something, you hillbilly. My out of touch, my view is not out of touch. My view is always put your kids first. That view is never going out of style. It's always the most important view.
But you weren't really getting that I was approaching it from trying to put my kids first. Like in my mind.
That's a you issue and a poor communication style. That had nothing to do with me. You were just like, I'm gonna leave.
You were too busy preaching to me about the gospel of having your ex-wife over every day for dinner. Like that's something normal.
I didn't say you should do it. I said that's what us elevated beings are capable of pulling off. That's like asking a guy who just learned to skateboard.
Oh my God.
You're learning to skateboard for the first time and you're trying to do like a 720. Baby, you got to start small. Baby.
It's like trying to skateboard for the first time and you're over there preaching about like the laws of thermodynamics. It's so completely removed. You can have a healthy relationship. Like the problem is, Jaffe, you and I are on two extremes. I'm in the extreme bad camp. You're in the extreme, Hollywood elitist, like
Hollywood. I'm in San Diego,
paradise
bitch.
camp. Like normal people, would never have their ex-wife over regularly. But normal people wouldn't hate their ex-wife as much as I do either. Like I get
that's true. I think he's right though about that, Jaffe. Is that you are both unusual?
Oh, that's fair. But
and that like you get along with your
different ends of the spectrum.
Yeah, I agree. I actually agree with that.
But number one, I ain't from Hollywood, although I love Hollywood. And number two, I don't remember number two.
You're a Southern man, just like.
Oh yeah, I'm from Alabama.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, well, by Hollywood, I just mean rich. Like if I had enough money and I didn't hate her, like I may do what you're doing too. But
I think it's
somebody in the chat, for instance,
the most important. That if you didn't hate her, why do you hate her? Why do you hate her? Tell me that. What's the one thing she did that made you hate her?
So really, it's two parts, and this is the self-own, but I'll admit it. Okay, the first thing is she did cheat on me, and I'm a cancer survivor, and my immune system is shot, and by cheating on me, despite every time before we did anything, I would say, are you sure you haven't been with anybody else? Nope. She insisted. But by cheating on me, you're opening up the door to sickness and death far more likely than a normal person.
That's a big part. I mean, that's if I am, like I've been cheated on, it's awful. And
but you're saying because you were sick.
I don't have good feelings about those people either. So like you can't really.
But with my immune system, something STD that a normal person may not.
No, I'm saying like I think you're totally justified before that even. That's obviously a major part of it. But I'm saying even without that, you would be justified in considering her a whore.
But the other thing is, before we even our entire 16-year relationship, 14-year marriage, and especially before we had our second kid, we both sat down and we said, hey, look, we're both from divided homes. We don't ever want our kids to go through this. Before we ever split, we'll take all these steps, even if we hated each other, as long as it's not physical or something insane, we'll work through it for our kids. Colin, you and I have always agreed on that you put the kids first, you shut up and get over it.
Yeah, I have a huge problem with, I mean, we don't have to get into that. I think divorced people are way too flippant with their kids and how it affects them. Trust me.
It was a regular conversation that we would never, ever, ever let our lives turn into what they are for the sake of our kids. And the fact that she would turn her back on all that, I wouldn't piss on her to put her out if she was on fire.
Yeah, I totally.
I'm feeling you on that. Cheat on you? What's her reason?
I don't know. Like this was we were separated, but we were still, one, legally married, and two, regularly seeing each other and regularly saying, hey, we're not opening up the relationship. We're not doing anything like that.
And you were sick, right?
No, my cancer my cancer was when I was 17, 18. My immune system is still shot from it.
Oh, I see. Okay. So the reason I ask is people don't cheat for no reason, right? And I'm not saying she handled it well or anything like that.
People cheat because they're selfish.
No, yeah, exactly.
Well,
people
I don't
cheat
agree.
because
I agree, but it's not only that. You don't cheat.
I'm a serious person. Like for us, I'd always preach about how marriage is a partnership. Like we need to advance, we need to have our savings grow, we need to manage money well, all that. Mm-hmm. And so the person that she cheated with and eventually is now living in this place with is somebody who is just like, oh, baby, you're so hot. He's very immature. He doesn't even have a high school diploma or a GED. He doesn't hold down a job. He's a drinking, partying, weed smoking.
Right. So she was looking for that, is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
when I say I'm not justifying cheating, Scotty, in the chat, like it should be done all the time. What I'm saying is if you are going to explode your marriage and you have kids, there is a sense of there's more going on than just the act, right? It sounds to me like you have somebody you were married to, and maybe she'll not that you want her, but maybe she'll come back around. But the idea of it's almost a cliche, the idea of the person that didn't sow their wild oats and then they get kind of locked into society's definition of normal, and then they kind of explode because they're like, this can't be my whole fucking life. I didn't get to do anything.
She's very immature. She's very lazy. And that's the person she became after, the postpartum. So yeah, I could easily see her being like, hey, look, instead of really putting in the work and having a good life but it requiring some effort, I'm going to blow it up and go live in the slums and party and drink and smoke weed and say, fuck my responsibilities. My mom and ex-husband can raise my kid. I'm out. Yeah, I mean, people do it all the time.
Yeah,
I'm not saying it's a good. I'm not defending her action. I'm saying that it takes two to tango in a relationship when somebody cheats. And all I'm saying is, maybe were you paying enough attention to her? Were you focused on just being? Again, I'm not justifying what she did. I'm saying
I hunted down jobs with better benefits to get her the help she needed.
But you sound like I'm talking about sex, man. I'm talking about fun.
Oh, dude, yeah. Our that part of our marriage, that's why she kept coming back to me. Like, this dude, he accidentally, I guess maybe not, sent me some pictures, like micro penis 1,000,000%. Like, so that was because she kept coming back to me because of that. Because I was the only person she was with. Our sex life was great.
She needed.
I guess maybe she didn't appreciate it because I was the only person that she was with. But now that she's with him, she's learned.
Well, then why doesn't she come back permanently?
She would if I let her. I would never.
So she would want to come back permanently.
She's messaged me asking to come back, and I told
the
her
schlong, the Randy schlong.
Are you that big, Randy?
Yeah, I'm not gonna get into that.
Why not?
I just let's say I'm a generous lover.
Hey,
I'm not your typical dude.
I'm stacked. I'll tell you right now.
I mean,
you can tell me.
Yeah. our every aspect of our marriage was fine. Like she didn't have to work very hard.
There's nothing better than a marriage that's fine. That'll last. That was fine.
I mean, it was good. It was you're nitpicking at my words. It was great. She just did not want to.
I just want you guys in the audience who are lambasting me to understand. He just went from our marriage was fine. I pushed him. He goes, it was good. It was great. If it was great, you would have started with great. You started with fine.
I mean, but right now, my knee-jerk reaction isn't to describe anything to do with her as great. Like, this is a flippant conversation. It's not like I'm deep in thought. Like, yeah, I mean, looking back on things, like, we have amazing memories. We have vacations and like, we would do just the most awesome things together. We go hunt, hole in the wall restaurants on the weekends and do all kinds of great stuff. She just got to the point where she was mentally unwell and she didn't want to put in the work to fix it. And that caused, friction. Like, you can't make somebody help themselves.
No, you can't. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right on that.
Like I said, I start when her and I first got together, I worked in a factory that took dirty hospital linen and washed it. And I had to unload the tractor trailer fulls of used hospital linen. Now imagine what that consists of. By the time we divorced, I was working in data analytics at Visa. I had pulled myself out of the gutter that much to make sure that she had benefits to get the help that she needed, and she would not utilize it.
But it sounds to me, Randall, like you're dealing with, like, you put so much stock in the idea of you being the provider and you being, I sacrificed this, I did this, all that, and all that's really noble and wonderful and great. But I think there's also a part where, that's not, that's a nice thing to do, but that doesn't necessarily make a romance, right? I mean,
but that's where I'm saying the weekends were filled
summoning the Islamic bots.
The weekends were filled with what?
Like everything that we love to do together. Her and I, our interests were shared: horror movies and local restaurants and biking. Like we were best friends up until this sudden change. And I blame a lot of it on, like I said, postpartum, and as she would change different birth controls, her mentality would change quite a bit. You know, she just had mental issues that I think worsened over time, you know.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm just going to say, and it doesn't matter. I want everybody to be happy, especially your kids. So if you think you're on the right track, that's wonderful. I will tell you, I don't think we're getting the full story about the actual relationship with your wife. I think it's bad the way she's acted. I'm sad she's in mental decay, but there's something else going on about these weekends you're talking about. I don't think they were as good for her as they were for you. That's what I mean, think.
They may not have been, but I can tell you, I would sit down with her and say, what do you want to do? Hey, is stuff okay? I would check in with her regularly because, you know,
nothing you're saying sounds romantic or hot or sexy. Everything sounds like you're hanging out with like your pal from middle school. I would check in. What theme park do you want to go to?
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna like open up about my most romantic. Like, yeah, we had trips to Hilton Head and stuff like that. Just
tell us about your most romantic moments.
Yeah, like again, you got to think. I've buried a lot of that down deep because it does hurt to think about. Like, so
I
yeah,
understand.
I'm not gonna like keep that right up on the top shelf. But we were together for 14 years, dude.
It's a long time.
It wasn't out of necessity, you know.
How's your new girlfriend doing? I mean, are the kids okay with the new girlfriend?
First, I wouldn't call anybody a girlfriend. Like, it's taking it I'm taking anything super slow, and whoever I'm with, they have to earn the right to meet my kids. That will not happen for some time.
Good for you.
All right.
One thing I wanted to say, I've been trying to say this for a while now, so I wanted to say this before we let you go, is, in my opinion, and because I understand Jaffe's trying to get into the kind of the academic and philosophical part of it, is like, there is no excuse to cheat ever. As someone who's been cheated on in multiple relationships, all you have to do is leave the relationship.
Yeah.
That's all you have to do, is have the fucking courage and the audacity and the constitution to just leave the relationship. And there was a relationship I was in a long time ago now that I left to be with someone else. Like, I did it, you know, like, it's not like
impossible.
Yeah. Like, you just have to show like a little bit of respect in order to be like, I don't want to be in this relationship anymore. This is a dead end. I'm going to go and do something else now. You know, like, at least someone's going to get hurt one way. It's a much better way to hurt someone.
And Greg is still upset.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Can I just say, people are asking about my kids not living with me and them hating me and all that. I moved out of their school district. Okay. My youngest daughter is in 5th grade. So she's finishing up her last year at her elementary school with her friends. The 16-year-old, if you ask a 16-year-old, do you want to live with your parent who is a parent or your parent who is a friend? What are they going to say 100 times out of 100? That's the situation I'm in. Once my youngest daughter finishes her elementary school, you know, career, whatever you want to call it, finishes 5th grade, yes, she'll come live with me. You know, my 16-year-old, daily, I try to talk sense into her. You know, I can only do so much, but I'm sure it's pretty reasonable to understand why a 16-year-old would want to live in the most irresponsible environment possible, I guess.
Yeah, it's important. 16 is such a formidable age. You need to. It's a tough one. But I think Randy's changed the whole outlook for in the audience.
Yeah, I think Jaffe got Randy mogged. Honestly,
I don't think so.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Jaffe got Randy mogged.
Randy mogged.
I said this in the chat because I wasn't going to call in today, and some people in the chat were like, "Dude, you know,
Randy sounds like the guy who talks with the thing." The cigarette hole smoke thing where you put the thing up to your thing.
What are you talking about?
What is
he's
this?
trying? He's lashing out.
I'm not lashing out. I'm saying he sounds like that. He sounds like it's like not a bad thing. It's a cool voice.
Oh my God! Shut up.
Well, I appreciate it. I like I said, I wasn't going to call in out of deference to Jaffe being the host and us being on such, you know, extreme opposite ends of the spectrum.
I like you, Randy. Don't get it twisted, baby.
you know, I like I said in the chat, I find you super entertaining, even if we don't agree on much. But
we don't
you're
got
a
to
good
agree.
guy.
I'm glad. I'm very, very glad that you are in a better place. Joking aside, I'm glad you're in a better place. I'm glad one of your kids is in a better place. I'm not attacking a cancer survivor, you asshole. I'm attacking.
To be fair, I may not have explained myself very well, because when I called last time, I was literally standing in the middle of, you know, our marriage home that I had been in for like 10 plus years, you know, packing up and moving at the time. So I mean, mentally I wasn't in a good place. So I may not have explained stuff.
Well, it's a legendary moment in Sacred Streaming's young history so far.
I appreciate the second chance, baby. But I really am. I'm glad for you. I'm glad for your kids. And honestly, I feel for your wife. I have a little sympathy, because she sounds like a real unhappy lady. And that sucks, man, especially somebody that you clearly cared about.
Yeah, I mean, if she messaged me and she wanted, you know, help getting to her mom's house or her dad's house, and, you know, getting a reset, I would help her in that way for the sake of my daughters.
Yeah,
because that's the most distressing thing about this is, you know, we have 2 daughters that are learning from their mother's example.
Fair enough.
But there will never be any.
What are you doing, Jaffe?
There's no interaction. There's no socializing. There's no.
What do you mean? What am I doing?
He's eating. You're eating in the microphone.
I'm chewing gum. It's not eating.
Yeah, but you can't be doing that on the mic.
Listen, God of War. I love this headline: God of War creators' vicious attack on cancer survivors. That's the Kotaku headline.
God of War creator eats muffins while mogging cancer survivor.
I don't feel good, Randy. I don't think those muffins were good for me.
The raw muffin mix.
Yeah, what you don't know is that your ex-wife is actually a contract killer. I've been paying this last month to slowly poison you with muffin mix.
There's faster ways, Randy. There's faster ways.
Randy, thank you for calling back in. We appreciate you.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys always. You know, like I said before, listening to you guys is a constant form of kind of mental checking out. So, thanks to all of you, and, you know, Dustin, good luck on the
thank you
pregnancy and everything, and
cool.
Thanks, everybody.
All right, we'll check in with you in the months
Randy.
to come, Randy, for sure.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, see you.
I like that guy.
Oh, now you like him?
Well, look, I have a theory.
Yeah.
I'll share it with you off air.
Yeah. Okay.
But I think you know where I'm going. Right?
Yeah, I think so. Fair enough. It's funny because he changed the whole audience's opinion on him.
Hang on a minute. I'm going to write this in the chat for you guys. I just want you to tell me if you think I'm right or not.
In the chat here in the Ninja.
Ready?
I'm trying to figure out how to find it.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
Oh. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know either, but that's the vibe I'm getting.
Interesting. Interesting. I love the person writing and asking where his wife was staying. He kept asking, is like, Holiday Inn Express? Is it like like a local motor lodge?
What was up with our the bot attacks during the Randy call?
Yeah, I've never really seen that. So is that like a normal thing that happens on YouTube, where like random Islamic bots come in and spam things?
I've never seen that personally. I've had trolls in my own personal YouTube live streams, but nothing like that before.
Yeah, I don't know. We can moderate, I guess, but we don't have like a moderator. I don't know. Like, what I was thinking, like, you probably could just put on a tool, right, where it's like you just can't post in the first 5 minutes or something.
Yeah,
right? That would probably get rid of a lot of the bot.
Well, I mean, I was in there and Locke was in there, and we were.
No, I saw you guys deleting them, but I'm saying we don't have like a moderator standing by, like we would at IGN or something, where it's like just to like make sure.
I've tracked it. It's coming from a Motel 6 in Tennessee. Just so you know.
Jesus Christ!
Yeah,
we'll leave the light on for you. That's
extended stay Motel 6.
What do we want to do from here?
Well, okay, we've been going almost 3 hours. So my suggestion is that we stop the calls and do the rest of the super chats, because there are quite a few.
All right, yeah, let's do that then. All right.
I really need to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have to pee. So anyone in the Discord,
give me and Colin the final call then while you go pee, and then we'll when you get back.
Oh yeah, we can do that.
Okay. Who do you want as the final call?
Go with just pick someone. It doesn't matter.
Okay, let's go. I'm trying to find someone that we've never picked before. How about this person? They have no profile pic. A little mysterious. CT Lomo.
Yeah.
You're about to be on Sacred Streaming. I'm giving the chat a second, or the stream, to catch up. I hope you're ready. Here we go. Okay, CT Lomo, you're alive.
Hello? CT Lomo.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're on. What's going on?
Go to the bathroom.
Okay.
It was totally random. Yeah, I don't know what was going on with Randy there.
Yeah, he seems like a nice enough person.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. I have some suspicions on what Jaffe might be thinking, but yeah, who knows?
Jaffe's right that there's more to the story, right? There has to be something missing.
Yeah, it's a sad situation, but
yeah.
Well, what's on your mind?
Maybe we'll kind of wrap up with games again.
Sure.
Colin, I know from listening to the show that I think you share my interest in, I guess, what I call generational pseudoscience, and like how generations are different. The Zoomers, the Millennials, the Boomers.
Yeah, everyone's got their own little identifying marks. Yeah.
Yeah, and and I think something I was thinking about. I think is interesting as far as the games industry is. Somebody kind of, I mean, this seems really trivial, but I guess I just kind of always think about it is just, how important it is if a game is like of a particular genre or franchise that you connect with. And I think we'd like totally underestimate that. And, like stuff like, especially like role playing, like, like just your ability to kind of role play that, like, I want to play Spider-Man. Like, does this game make me feel like Spider-Man? I want to play as Batman. Does this game, that you see what I'm getting at there?
Yeah, but what does that have to do with the generations?
Well, I think one of the things I think about is, with this kind of new generation, when you think about with, the older generations, it was like, oh, people wanted to be like a cowboy, or they wanted to be like an astronaut or something.
I see. Yeah.
And I think that games just kind of piggybacked on the culture for so long. And I guess the thing about today that's interesting is I feel like games are trying to drive the culture. And it's hard for me to kind of think about like, what is that thing in the zeitgeist? Like when we're growing up, it's like, okay, like an Aliens movie comes out or something. Like, I'd love to see a game about that. Or like, there's like, one of the things I remember a lot as a kid is like, games kind of took stuff from the headlines, like Contra is basically just like around Contra. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I understand what you're saying. I think
it's not.
No, it's not. There were no aliens in around Contra, but
no, but he's saying that Contra is named after.
Yeah, but it's not about the Iran Contra.
No, but it's pulled out of that. Just like I understand what he's saying. There's a lot of NES era games like Narc and all those kinds of games. I was like, oh, this is about the war on drugs. This is about the. I understand what he means. I think to me, there are two things. It's like one, we're like way gun shy about putting games in places where people can be offended. We saw that with 6 Days in Fallujah the first time around. A lot of the contemporaneous stuff, like you could theoretically set a game in the Ukraine-Russian war. You could theoretically set a game
for sure. Yeah.
In in fighting ISIS. You could. So all that geopolitical stuff is not touchable. And then I think Mixtape is interesting and being part of the zeitgeist now, because I think things are so bad in so many different ways now for a lot of people, or at least that's their perception of things, that they're not interested in imbuing the modern day with the games. They want to go back and experience something else.
Okay, but as a guy who was there longer than most, the thing to take is that we were a simpler people, right? Like I saw somebody in the chat put in Konami's Russian attack, right? Mm-hmm. The Russians were the bad guys. Mm-hmm. Growing up in the 80s, it was black and white, right? We don't get black and white anymore, right? We don't have simpler arcade games for the most part, but we also can't just slot in the bad guys anymore, because most people now know that war, especially younger generation, understands that war it's a business, and it's a lot of times the people who are fighting it and that we're told are the enemy are just trying to fucking survive so the oligarchs of their country keeps making more money, right? I mean, that it's hard to.
That is a good point. That like, yeah, there is no communism. Even things like Red Dawn, which is not about the Soviets but about communism, is a product of its time. Just like we were talking about New York City, like The Warriors is a product of its time, actually.
Yeah.
I think in a weird way, G.I. Joe is a product of its time, like the idea of the Americans fighting terrorists instead of like individual countries. So like there is actually an interesting point there, but I think a lot of it has to do with just like people are so gun shy, I think, both literally and figuratively, about some of the things they show. Like I'm surprised no one's had the balls to spend $100 million on like an Iraq war shooter or like something really visceral and like Spec Ops was.
I don't even think we've necessarily gotten a good Iraq war game or Iraq war movie. You know, like we haven't gotten them to the degree that we like used to get like Vietnam movies about Vietnam.
Well, you know? but I think that's interesting. It's what you're right, and I think that's what Jaffe's saying too. Although I have not seen all these films, but it's like World War II was easy to do because we won, right? And then Vietnam we kind of drew. I think we lost by our standards, but it was so bad that we had to figure out ways to tell stories about how bad it was. And I think like the Middle Eastern wars, like the post 9/11 wars, were so status quo. Like they're just low lying, always happening for decades.
They didn't really affect us.
Right.
They affected military families, sure, but
that's why
nobody
6 Days
over
in
here
Fallujah was so the Konami's was so interesting, and why it was such a shame that people got all up in arms about it. It was so weird. Like people had a problem with that. And then yeah, so you get these low budget, like, you know, Operation Desert Storm kind of style games, and you get nothing more than that ever. And
it's also hard. It's hard to do though. You know, I think you and I both know, or I know, but I think you do too, that Fallujah was started at Sony Santa Monica, right? And then it went to Konami, and now it's actually come out. And it came out on PC, and I have it. And the other part of it is that it's a limit of either the medium or the ability of the people working in the medium. Because as you know, I remember sitting at Video Games Live, the first thing, and they did the music for Medal of Honor, and it had all this documentary footage of these old Greatest Generation guys talking and everything. But then you look at the gameplay, and it's like, you know, you don't get any of that in the game.
Right.
6 Days in Fallujah doesn't know how to communicate what they wanted to communicate through a shooter. If they were to have made that game like Mixtape, and it was less about being a shooter and more about being in that space with your buddies, it probably would have been very powerful. But they chose to try to make an action shooter out of it, right? So part of it is also that as our understanding of things have gotten more complex, our ability to execute those in the interactive medium is way behind.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting point. Yeah. I also think there's just a lack of, I reflect on this a lot. Like, I feel like there's just a lack of fame, or at least fame mattering today. Like, there's celebrity doesn't really matter the way it used to anymore. Licenses are diluted because there's so many things to choose from. No one really, that's what makes the NFL so unique in American culture, is that it's like one of the uniquely live dominant things, like that people actually come together to do simultaneously, because there's just so many things to split you up.
Yeah.
And so I think that like nothing really draws people. And then when things do become big, people become very jaded about them, right? Like Avatar is a great example of that. Like no one likes Avatar, but like it makes millions of dollars. So
anyway. I think, I mean, and you know, and it's not just stuff from the headlines, but it's just like, if you, I think people constantly forget. I mean, I think, you know, if you're reviewing a game, you have to remember, like, you know, gaming is like wish fulfillment, like movies. And it's just like, and to your point about the NFL, it's like, that's why Madden's just always going to have a place in the culture, because it is that wish fulfillment for people, you know, who are into football. And I guess the thing for me is like, you know, it's like, I know when we were younger, you know, I'm 39, we're at the same age, kind of same generation there. I know like kind of what, you know, like what we wanted to see in games, but it's just like, I don't know like what it is now. Like, I mean, kids want to be like, play a game about like being a streamer or something, like, like, I just don't know, you know?
Well, kids don't really play those kind of games anyway. They play Roblox, Minecraft, Tamagotchi life. It seems a lot of kids today are wanting agency and the ability to express themselves versus role playing is what I notice with a lot of younger gamers today.
I think you're right on that. Yeah, I think that's a good point.
I'm looking here, by the way, just because I know a lot of you guys out there are not sports fans necessarily, and you always get mad at me when I reference these things, is in 2025 in the United States, let's see, the top 100 telecasts in the United States, I think 83 of them were NFL games. That's insane.
Yeah.
You have to understand like how fucking insane that is, but it shows like a monoculture. It's like, by the way, number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, all football games. And then 8 was the address to joint session of Congress. And then 9 through 24 are all NFL games.
And then what's 25?
25 is the World Series game 7.
Okay.
26, 27, 28, 29 football games. 30 Thanksgiving Day parade.
That's one. Okay.
It just goes like, so like that would have been 10 years ago, that would have been unheard of, but 20, 30 years ago, that list would have been a totally diverse, crazy list of
you would
things.
have had the Oscars, you would have had certain, but there's choice now.
Yeah, exactly. So I just think everything's diluted to the point where tons of things are happening and no one even knows. And then like the bigger things, that's what I feel about TV shows all the time. We're like, have you seen this show? And I'm like, no, what is that? And they're like, oh, it's like its 5th season. I'm like, what? Like, it's just, how can you keep anyway? CT Lomo, we appreciate hearing from you. We hope you have a good rest of your week. Thank you for being here with us.
Same to you.
All right, Dustin, how was your pee? Did you rip a fat one?
I ripped a fat one. Felt good. And now I am fully drained.
All right. Let's get into the super chats and then we can go.
Should I just cut off super chats now or at least try to tell people that? Because we've got a lot already.
Yeah, sure. Whenever you want.
Okay. Let me put a message in the chat real quick and say super chats cut off. And I'm going to pin it. Okay. Rolling back down. Okay. Pair of shoes was the next super chat. It says all watching. Give Dustin 99 cents for the baby. Well, I need money, but I don't need the money right now in this way. You know, like I don't need a burst of, what would it be?
Cash.
$800. Yeah. I'm fine. And plus, if it's a super chat, that's going into the LSM pot. So I appreciate the thought, but I don't need it.
We have more than 800 people watching.
How many people are watching?
1,
oh, there is. There's 1,000. There was 800 at one point. Oh, that was at the beginning.
You feel like a moron now. You could have had some money, huh?
Yeah, $1,166.
You goddamn right.
Okay. Bench Frog. Sony shutting down Bluepoint is like Colin firing Ben. Both did excellent work. The problem is the employer couldn't find things for them to do.
I didn't fire Ben.
Yeah.
We had to let him go because we had nothing for him to do. It's not really the same thing. Also, I think it worked out pretty well for Ben. I think if Ben could roll that die again and I'd be like, do you want to undo this? I think he'd be like, no, I think I'm totally fine with what I'm doing now. So, and I knew it would work out for him. He's very smart person.
Fresh Zipper says, my girlfriend of 2 years broke up with me last month. I'm falling apart. I've tried everything. Your familiar voices are the only thing keeping my mind off things. Thank you for being there.
Yeah.
What hotel is she staying in?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Well, what do you want from me? I can't do a callback to the guy. The guy's a little crazy.
I'm only doing my sarcastic Jesus Christ. I'm playing the straight man.
Oh, I wasn't talking to you.
I
was talking to Dustin and his snotty Ivy League educated attitude up there.
Ivy League educated. Wow.
Yeah.
I'm glad I get that impression for a college dropout.
Yeah. That's right. You're like that guy in Goodwill Hunting in the bar who's like, how do you like them apples? That's
Don Wood.
Is that his name?
No, Gordon. That's the guy he's citing. It's the historian he cites as Gordon Wood. But he calls him God
Wood. Yeah, I love that. I love that scene.
God, that was a great movie. It just got so overplayed. It was like on TV constantly in like the 90s, late 90s, early 2000s.
But it is great though. It is great.
Fresh Zipper. It's a tough one, man. Here's the thing, in my opinion. that you have to keep in mind during times like this is that you don't want to be with someone who doesn't want to be with you. It is hard to understand. That level of rejection is difficult. I've been broken up with. I've done the breaking up. I think everyone's kind of been in those positions. They're very different sorts of pain. They're both hard. But you don't want to spend too much time. Like, all right, you said last month. It's like, grieve it and go through it. Don't try to avoid any of the steps of going through it. But understand two things. One is that you're going to be better than fine. You'll get to a point in your life, I guarantee you, I'm telling you, where you'll not even be able to relate to why you felt this way. That's number one. Number two is you can't waste any more time on someone, as I said, that has made it clear that they don't want to be with you. That's putting your shoulder into reality and dealing with it. It sucks. It's hard, but it'll be better. It'll get better, but don't wallow too much because you're wasting your God-given time, of which it's quite precious. And by the way, I speak from this and from experience. I've been really hung up before on things that were the wrong relationships for me when I was younger. I've gotten a lot better than that as I've gotten older, but I was there, and it sucks. Don't waste too much time on it.
And make sure you learn from it as well. Because again, not people are like, oh, you're victim blaming. No, relationships they help you grow. And if one ends, make sure at some point you question what you got out of the relationship, and not to say you did something wrong and that's why she left, but were you did you get everything you could out of the relationship? And if not, you should, because that's one of the great things about relationships, especially ones that end, is it shows you where you're stuck.
You are the greatest actor in your own life. Remember this, right? Like, change will happen if you want it to happen. You'll meet new people if you put yourself out there to do so. No rebounds though. Well, rebounds are fun. I mean, if you can compartmentalize and like understand what it is, go get a rebound. Go have yourself a little casual sex if you want. But remember that that's gonna hide the pain for a little bit, but it's not gonna get rid of it entirely. You don't want to hinge too much on that. All right.
The little MJ puppet is up next. With Dan Houser gone, how confident are you in GTA 6's writing? Sam is still there, but he's never been the lead creative force.
I don't know. Because it's I'm sure Rockstar nerds know a lot more about this than I do, but like when they talk about the nature of the scripts, especially of GTA 5 and of Red Dead 2 and how big they are, they have to have a shit ton of writers. And who knows like what the role is that each of these people really played in them, especially the most recent games, comparable to everyone else. So I think it's unknowable. I don't know. We'll find out. I'm not worried about the writing. The thing I'm worried about with the writing is one very specific thing with GTA 6, which is that it's taken so long that the timing of the jokes and the feeling of the in-game zeitgeist has to capture the reality of now. And that's going to be tough. That was easy for them to do with like San Andreas, which was like about the 90s and it took them a year and a half to make it or whatever, or Vice City about the 80s. This seems like it's a modern lampooning of Florida. I assume the politics and the people and the culture and all the rest. The thing I'm most worried about is the writing coming off as antiquated, just by virtue of it.
And I think it kind of goes back to it's related to what we were talking about it. Things were simpler, with arcade games, with Russian Attack or whatever. Grand Theft Auto today, it means so many different things to so many people. And it's been so long since we've had one that I think there are a lot of expectations, some of which are based on false memories and some of which are true, but time has moved on. So the people that are going to say, oh, it's censored because they're not punching down at all the people they used to punch down at, even though society has kind of changed, or I expected this to be like, when can I fuck prostitutes and kill them? And other people were expecting smart satire, but it was only smart when they were 13, like Mad Magazine. But, as an adult, I never felt it was smart satire. I felt it was like, okay, yeah, it's pointing out things, but they're pretty obvious things that have been pointed out ad nauseum. It's not like, oh no, America's a capitalist wasteland. I never would have thought of that,
Well, I it's interesting because I played GTA 3 again a couple years ago, I want to say. And I was actually I thought it was fairly surprising how subtle it is, like how, because in those games it became more streamlined in San Andreas especially, and then definitely 4, but the story, like all of the lampooning really had to happen with only 2 things, which was dialogue and the radio.
Yeah.
And I thought with all of those
well,
things,
and the
I'm like,
stores, right? The billboards.
right,
and all
sure,
that.
sure, stuff like that. And then in 4 it became more about the world and like tasks and activities and shit. I think it's an incredibly complex, like 4 especially, I think is actually really pretty elite. Capturing like the mid-aughts in New York City. And that's why I'm so desperate for it to come out to PS5 or even PS4, and just to be able to play it, you know, up-resed and at 60 frames or whatever, because it is probably the best Grand Theft Auto game. But I don't know. I feel fairly confident. I think we talked about Strauss Zelnick's interview. I don't know if you saw that when he spoke, and he was speaking very confidently about it. Like he used the terminology like this is a big boy game and shit like that. And
yeah, I'm excited for it. I mean, I everything they've shown, I'm like, all right, I hope that's what it is. I'm excited, but
and by the way, I should be clear when he says this is a big boy game, what he means is like releasing a game like this is a big boy game. Not that GTA 6 is a big boy game. In other words, they were asking him like, this is like, he talked about how like they have had unlimited money and unlimited time. The expectations are insane, you know, and I just want to clarify that, like, I think that like everyone's expectations for this game should be through the roof. Whether they meet those expectations is another thing.
Okay. Glassdoor Gamer is up next. A wild, clean-shaved David Jaffe appeared on my TV last night while watching From the Bedroom to Billions PlayStation documentary.
Oh,
I remember recording that. Yeah. That's amazing. It's still just out there doing its thing. Yeah.
And then he tuned into your stream later, and then a man flashed himself on his screen as well, naked.
I've changed, baby. I've changed. Because a lot of those interviews were just so performative too, you know. Even when I was doing them, I don't know. I'm glad I don't do those kind of interviews anymore. They weren't. I enjoyed doing them at the time, but I look back on them now and I'm like, I wasn't giving all the honest answers, and I hate that. So
yeah, you could. I mean, you probably couldn't, right?
I wanted to sell. I wanted to sell the games. I wanted to sell myself. I wanted to sell my brand. And so I said what I know would have worked and went down well, but it wasn't honest. And no reporter ever called me on it either, which was disappointing, but they probably wanted a job. So
Scrubbing Bubbles is up next, who says, please bring back the term interloper as a legitimate insult.
Was it an insult? I don't know about that.
I don't even know what it means.
Interloper is like a person that's not wanted somewhere, like a person that doesn't belong somewhere. But I never knew it as an insult. But maybe it started as one and then it just became a normal word. I don't know. It is a good word though.
I'll see what I can do.
Project.
By the way, Jaffe, to the last topic as well, you were also intimidating to interview. And I think in my opinion, and
Why?
I think because you were so different and so uncontrolled by the mores of PR at that time.
Yeah,
I was true. It wasn't as scary, like I'm scared. It's like, who knows what's going to happen? You know, what is he going to say? Like, what kind of vibe is it going to be? I liked it because it was that's how you and I became friends and friendly first, is because I liked that. And I thought it was fun. But I think that probably was intimidating.
I could see that. Wasn't intentional, but yeah, I can see that.
Project Aries says, what's the last video game that made you cry? For some reason, I recall tearing up from the last Final Fantasy VI stage play segment and the porch scene in The Last of Us 2.
Probably Starfield, out of sheer boredom. The tears were coming out of my face, streaming. And for 20 hours, I was asking myself through tears and, can't speak, and I'm fucking coughing, and I got snot coming out of my face, and I'm like, when do I get to play? Because I've just been in menus and quick travel screens and on a spaceship going from planet to planet, but I don't have enough fuel to go to that system, so I have to go to this other system in the menu first, and then I can go to that system. And then there's another load screen, and then it asks you, where do you want to go? And you just select it from a radial. Brilliant. So that was the last time I cried during a game.
I cried Saturday with Mixtape. Like, it was the most I've ever cried in a video game.
I have never cried playing a video game. I'm
Never?
heartless. No,
Really?
I don't think so. I don't really cry
I'm
at
not
movies
saying,
either.
like, I don't know that I've ever been like, like crying streams of tears, but I, one tear, like the commercial with the Indian guy.
Single tear. Yeah. Nope, not happened. Okay. KB says we're roughly 30 days out from Intergalactic and the Fae spin-off gameplay reveals. How insufferable is the outrage cottage industry about to get?
Are we really?
Well, there's the Sony June thing, right? Isn't
well, that was a rumor, right? I guess so. I guess we're taking this for granted, which is probably true. I don't know anything about it. It's funny because like I've said behind the scenes, I'm like, Intergalactic needs to be like, the next thing you do with Intergalactic is show the game. You have to. You can't. Based on the response to the trailer, which I thought was awesome, and I can't. It bothers me so much that there's so many people that don't see how great that trailer is. You gotta shut everyone up with the game, and I think that's what they're gonna do. And I assume. Here's the thing I'm wondering: how stubborn will people be about? You're going to see the game, and it's probably going to be very impressive. I mean, is that a fair assumption, just based on Naughty Dog's pedigree?
Yeah.
Are people going to turn around on it and be like, all right, or are they going to like be really stubborn and stick with it?
I think though because the guy's question mentioned cottage industry, right? I mean, the people who will make the money, they'll go where the money is. So if they find that they're getting the clicks by shitting on it continuously, they'll do that. But if they don't, I mean, ultimately, I think if they show the gameplay just from that tease of her on the planet with the sword running towards that monster, it's like whatever you want to say about the vibe of the game or the narrative, it's a girl with a badass laser sword and a projectile weapon fighting aliens on a planet with Naughty Dog's pedigree. And they've made it clear it's not going to be as emotive as The Last of Us. It's going to be a bit more, it's not Uncharted, but it seems like it's leaning a little bit more towards the let's have some fun a little bit. So I think it's going to be great. I mean, I am very excited about it, but as the question, I think they'll go where the money is, and if Vera Dark and Smashhead can make money off bitching about it, they will. But I think it's going to be a big success. I can't wait. I imagine, I don't even know if it's going to come out on PS5, frankly, but I guess it will because Sony.
I think everything's coming to PS5.
Yeah,
we did a Sacred Symbols Plus episode last week, published last weekend, this past weekend, with Moore's Law is Dead, and I did it with Brad, where we tried to deconstruct what we think the PlayStation 6 will be, like how they'll launch it, what it will cost, what they'll do. And I was saying the biggest thing that I'm having a hard time dealing with is the fact that, like, I suppose that they have to put an exclusive game or two on PS6. But like, it feels like they're just sacrificing some studio or some game, because you would imagine that what they want to do is put everything on everything now, or on both machines. And the PS5 will be the PS5 will be a relevant entity into the early 2030s, and it will be, and it's gonna be hard to deconstruct yourself from that. You have to support this hardware but not abandon your software install base.
Are we thinking
that's what happened with God of War 2? That's what happened with God of War 2.
That's right. That's exactly right.
Yep.
Are we thinking what is going to happen with Intergalactic? Is it's going to be a Christmas 2027 kind of thing?
It would be pretty cool if they put it on, but if it was a launch game for PS6 that was also on PS5, I think it's so timing it for November or whatever. If that's what they.
But it's next year. It's not. This year.
I think. I mean, I don't think it's this year. If that's what you're asking. Yeah. I mean, I think we'll get Tokon and then Wolverine, and that will be it. I think.
I wish I think Tokon is so fucking gorgeous, dude. I wish I could digest it, and maybe I just need to make the time because it's so pretty.
It's not my kind of game. It does look awesome. I mean, I'm thrilled Sony is working with Arc System. I think that's such a great combination, and I think this will bear fruit for them. But it's just, I accept it's not my kind of game. I don't.
I wish they would just make a Marvel Cosmic Invasion with the art style. Just let me have it too, because they just released a couple of new fighters like from the Avengers. I'm like, oh my god, it's so beautiful. But anyway.
And then next year, I think there's going to be like a lot of bangers. Well, we'll see. I mean, but I think they're going to really, and who knows? Because I think it brought up the Fae spinoff, which again, I am disappointed intellectually that game exists, but I'm sure it's going to be great.
That's not been confirmed, right?
No, but it seems like that is actually, I think it's more confirmed now than ever. Just in that, I don't know if you saw that, like Corey had said something on Blue Sky that was circulating. Did you see this, Dustin? Where someone was saying like so the Star Fox, this all connects to Star Fox, is that like it seemed like Nintendo held the Star Fox thing to fuck with the leaker, who was the same leaker, potentially, who was the same leaker that leaked God of War's spin-off game. And this was said Corey had responded to a tweet saying like, you know, maybe it was to like combat that guy, and he said like something like, oh, if only, or something like that. It just made it seem like it was an acknowledgement that his game got leaked in a similar way.
Corey's a smart enough guy that I don't think he will, like, if he is making that game and Deborah Ann Wool is the main character, I'm not saying he's going to put her in, you know, high heels and fishnets, but I don't think he's going to do the I'm going to make her, which they don't, but the way I'm going to make her ugly. You know, I think he's going to make a appealing franchise lead of a character. They already have an Aloy, right? They don't need just another humdrum. She's just a normal looking gal. He's going to make a superhero. I just think that's his sensibility for this. So I don't worry about that one, honestly, but
the female protagonist thing is getting a little extreme at this point. I will say that
it is.
Yeah. And they need to check that, because I think it's kind of getting a little weird. Like it's conspicuous and it's easy to notice. And I think I think everyone's got to make their own game. And I say that too, is like, I like female protagonists too in my game. So I have no problem with that. So it's like, not all of them, but
I think what bothers me, go ahead.
No, I was just to say, so I'm not like trying to tell people what they need to paint themselves in a corner, but Sony needs to like get back to a little bit more of a little more masculine energy. I don't think can hurt. And I'm not a masculine man by any stretch of the imagination. I just I think people like that, you know. And
I think for me the idea of when you say it's not gone unnoticed, and I hate the narrative that's out there that it's something new where these dev teams are being told what to make or being influenced. I hate how wrong it is that these people think there was a time when developers just rolled into the office and made whatever they wanted. It's like, you know, the reason you have so many third person games is well known. Scott Rhodey liked third person. He didn't like first person. So if you wanted to up your chances of getting Scott on board, you'd make it a third person game. I mean, it was simple as that.
Mm-hmm.
So were those teams having their artistic vision fucked with? Sure, I suppose. And Rhodey never put it in paper and said, if you don't make it third person, I'm not going to let it go. But you knew if you wanted a shot, up your chances by doing that.
Yeah.
So maybe there was a sense of like, oh, let's make it a girl protagonist because whoever's greenlighting. I mean, so I just wish the audience would understand that it's never been clean. It's never just been you roll in and make whatever the fuck you want. These people are they're running the business. They make the money. If you want what you say you want, go play indie games, because that is happening in the indie space.
Right. So. Exactly. Yeah, it's well said. And by the way, I don't mind the female protagonist. I just think that there needs to be more balance, and maybe do something at some let's put it this way. Maybe Sony can make a game at some point in recent memory that will disarm its critics.
Oh, I've got it solved. Yeah.
Maybe instead of releasing all of this shit, you know, like tons of female protagonists and Concord and Fair Games and all, it's like, and Spider-Man 2 and all, it's like, guys, maybe just make like a more masculine video game for once.
I mean, they made Stellar Blade, but they didn't make it.
They didn't make it. And by the way, that they announced, we already knew this, but Shift Up is going in multi-platform with the next game, which is, I would do the same thing. So
yeah. But I think what Neil should do, because this you rarely get win-wins. This would be a win-win. Intergalactic, he makes the girl the main character as she is now, but halfway through in the story, she decides to transition to a man because she doesn't feel like her assigned birth is her actual gender.
Right.
And so the guys who hate on this get the dude character, and the LGBT folks get their progressive hero. This is the best. I fixed it.
That will work wonders for that game.
Yes.
People would love that.
Right.
They would have loved playing as the trans warrior.
Oh, well, they get what they want. They get what they want, right? Come on. Wolverine, Wolverine comes out of the closet in the Insomniac version. So good. They should just they should make a cutscene and say it got leaked, and it's him like it's Charles Xavier reading his mind. It's like, Logan, why are you thinking about Cyclops like that? Yeah, that'd be awesome.
By the way, speaking of Cyclops, I've always kind of dug that character. I'm not a huge X-Men guy, but like, and then I saw circulating like these really dope toy glasses that were just put on pre-order, like that were Cyclops glasses.
Yeah,
I was like, dude, these toys, like I would have died for this shit when I was a kid. I would have died for this.
Real Spider-Man costumes you can buy at Costco now, like a full body Spider-Man. Mine was like a plastic mask with a rubber band
and the vinyl.
Like, vinyl that said Spider-Man on it.
And then it rips, it inevitably rips.
That's
like exactly it always ripped.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
I got like the tail end of the vinyl. Like my elementary school years were like the tail end of like the vinyl shitty Halloween costumes and the masks and stuff.
Did you know that Spider-Man, I mean, you know where the Spider-Man design came from?
No, I don't know.
Steve Ditko. I mean, this was never taken to court, but all the evidence is out there. There was a costume from Ben Cooper that was famous for making all the vinyl costumes, and it was called like Human Spider or something like that. And the mask, and this was like, this predated Spider-Man, which I think was like 67 or 65 or whatever, by 3 years. And the place that they were selling it was like on the road that Steve Ditko would walk to get to Marvel when he was drawing Spider-Man for Marvel.
Interesting.
And it looks exactly like Spider-Man. And so I don't know if the reason there hasn't been a lawsuit is that no one has the rights. No one knows who had the right, but that didn't get pulled out of the fucking ether, man. It's an amazing story. And
that's so interesting.
Yeah.
Great artist steal, as they say. Dustin, should we go to the next one?
One Pump Man says, I have casual AF friends who play multiplayer games 90% of the time and Pokemon the other 10%. I've tried showing them other games, but they don't get it.
Yeah, it's interesting. Isn't it interesting how people, we always talk about the people outside of the space that don't understand games, especially older people, right? We understand that. But it is also interesting that there are people that play games that also don't understand them.
Yeah.
Like that's like a whole meta level now of people.
But I mean,
and I'm not talking about Candy Crush. I'm talking about people that like play Fortnite or like, you know, have a console, but they really don't know the breadth and depth of anything. It's interesting.
Yeah, but movies are the same, right? I mean, if you go see just the summer blockbusters, you're probably not watching The English Patient or Parasite, or you know what I'm saying? I mean, most people stick in their lanes. If you know, if you're really into sports, but you might really be into football and you don't pay attention to soccer, you know. But I do hate it because it's hard to get people to try the things. That's true.
Yeah, I've lamented it many times. Like the people in my life, the few people in my life that I'm like, I think you would why can't you wrap your mind around this? You would love this. I know you. Like you would. Yeah. I know what my dad is just one of those people with the sensibilities of a gamer, but just doesn't play games. Like my dad is like an OG fantasy nerd, like in the 60s and 70s. Like he loved that shit.
And all that shit.
Yeah, right. And he's a huge sci-fi nerd and like all those things. He likes that shit, but like he just doesn't care about video games. He doesn't care. Like he does.
Does he know? Has he been exposed enough? Have you let him sit down with you and play, and he doesn't care, or he's just not interested in even?
When I was younger, he would try. Like he would sit with me sometimes. He really didn't care after a while, but like that was during the NES and SNES and like PS1 era,
right?
And then more recently, I've shown him a couple of things. Like he wants to see our games and stuff, which are not really representative of modern games. But I just, the game that I did try to show him in the last couple of years was Civilization. I think when he was at my house once, I'm like,
okay.
And I'm like, I know you. Like he just kind of glosses over, you know, like he just doesn't care, you know. And it's like, I don't know. I think you would be surprised, but I can't. You're 75 years old now. It's not going to change.
Right.
Shawnee Quest with his weekly movie trivia. The quote is, everybody on? Good, great, grand, wonderful. No yelling on the bus.
It's Billy Madison.
Oh.
I think. Right? It's Adam Sandler.
I have no idea.
I think it's Billy Madison.
I have no idea. Thank you, Shawnee Quest, for your unsolicited movie trivia every week. This is good 99 says, Colin, you said last week Rogue One is one of the best Star Wars movies. How many characters can you name from the film?
None. That's not why it's fun though. It's more the set pieces and the story behind it. The thing about the show or the movie is that it's about how they're important, but they're not. They sacrifice themselves for the greater good. Let me see if I can find what the characters' names are here.
I was already on a podcast this morning, so I don't remember if I talked about it there or here. But are you guys watching the Darth Maul stuff?
Oh no. I give a shit.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
It seems like the I don't know. I just try not even to talk too deeply about this anymore because it's I feel like it is the one thing where I have hater energy, I think. And I don't really want to
general.
Yeah, just modern Star Wars and just where it is and like what has happened to it. And I could do a 10-hour video essay about it, and it's like, well, what is really the purpose?
Yeah,
I don't want to. I don't want to
become. Don't like it. That's fine.
Yeah, I don't like it at all. Oh, here it is. Cast. Yeah, Jin Erso. Everyone knows that, but like, well, what? Let's see. Castian. Okay, yeah, Andor. Yeah, all right. So I wouldn't know any of these other character names though. Orson.
Is the guy's name Andor?
Yeah.
Castian. Yeah.
Oh, I thought that was like the name of a moon or something.
You're thinking of Alderaan.
I'm thinking of Endor.
Oh, Endor. Of course. That's the moon of Endor, really.
Yeah.
It was the moon. It was the forest moon of Endor, right?
I believe
Endor was the planet.
Ewoks. Yeah.
Right, but the moon was not called. We call it Endor, but it's not called Endor. It's called like Endor 7 or something, right?
I am there day one for Mandalorian, though. I cannot wait to see Star Wars in the theater again. I'm excited. So,
Treferoth has the next super chat. Oh, someone super chatted, ignored my note.
That's all right. That's not so bad considering we posted it a while ago.
On Sero's dislike direction. Wait, on Sero's dislike the direction. On Sero's dislike the direction. Loses all replayability after a short amount of hours due to the skill tree. OP runs are boring. Returnal is better. Jeez.
Returnal is definitely better. I mean, I'm absolutely confident in saying that at this point. But I want to talk it out with people and like figure it out because I do like it. I'm a little disappointed in it. Actually,
yeah.
I think Returnal was my experience with Returnal was so special to me, and I really, really fell in love with that game. And I think Saros kind of misses the mark a little bit in some of the things that it does.
George Pontillo, I believe, has the next super chat. Hey Jaffe, loved Twisted Metal Black and was curious. Why wasn't the dark themes / cutscenes carried on to the sequel, Twisted Metal PS3?
I don't know. Oh, I know why now. I do know why. Because Twisted Metal Black got great reviews. We built a great IP out of it. I love the IP building in it, but it didn't sell all that well. Part of it is we had to pull advertising because after 9/11 happened and the game had just launched going into Christmas because we had the ability to shoot down passenger planes and they'd crash into the level. But it didn't sell very well. And we started Twisted Metal pitching going, we need to make something that is huge in more worldwide, at least Europe. And so it started being almost like Midnight Club meets Twisted Metal. So it was going to be more luxury cars and, urban style gangbanger and Yakuza and have more of a sleek Michael Bay action movie feel. And that was sort of how we started the green light on it. And by the time we realized this doesn't feel like Twisted Metal at all, and Europe never cared to begin with, and we started kind of making it more aggressive, we were already down the road that you can't really flip a switch. And, so we were like, it was easier to kind of lean into classic Twisted Metal, but more realistic presentation because the graphics than it was to go and totally darkify the whole thing. That's why.
Interesting insight.
The next person that super chat is the guy that we don't want to say his name. He tried to tell me how to say it in the chat earlier, but I kind of want to not say it just out of spite at this point. He said Altered Beast needs to be remade and Golden Axe.
You need to go back in time and undo Altered Beast having ever been conceived.
Yeah, it's terrible. But Golden Axe is being remade, right? Sega's already shown footage from it.
I think so. Yeah, it's one of the IP that they're like reviving, like with Crazy Taxi and a couple of those others. So, yeah, dude, Altered Beast is. I did it at one of our shows. Like, I think it's like one of the most shittiest fucking.
It's terrible, but it's a fun idea. It's a fun IP idea, but it's not a good game.
Oh, it's just so. Oh, I have like such visceral hate for that game. It's so funny.
The next super chat is from Charitard. What do you guys think of the cast for the new Odyssey?
Weird. I don't know what else to say.
I haven't seen the new trailer, but I mean, I like Christopher Nolan a great deal, so I'll see it, but I haven't thought much about it.
Micah told me that Ellen Page or Elliot Page is Achilles. You have to understand how preposterous that comes off. He's like 5 feet tall. You know,
I don't. I mean, does he show up as the character in the trailer?
I believe he is in the trailer.
Yeah, I have no idea how to. I haven't seen much of anything, but it's not. You know, there are very few directors where you can go. Like Will in the chat says that movie's going to be bad. I think you're wrong. There are very few directors that you can go to and say it may not be for you, but the guy doesn't miss. Not because he's some kind of genius, although maybe he is. I don't know, but because he knows how to make a movie and he has the support from the studios to make decisions that will make it a good movie. And so far, he's never missed once. I'm not saying this won't be the one time he does or the first time he does, but can you think of a bad Christopher Nolan movie?
No. I mean,
some people would say Tenet, but I don't agree. I think Tenet is his weakest movie, probably. But I still like it.
It's still interesting, though, and it's still well made, and it's still, you know, but he's never made like a stinker like Howard the Duck. Or, you know what I'm saying? It's just not what he does. So I'm not worried about it, but I haven't seen the new trailer, so.
Dustin, we have a comment here I want you to bring up from Musical Scrotum. It says, come on, Colin, hook your wife up with a channel membership or something.
That doesn't work like that.
Oh, I thought.
Yeah, you're not able
No, I'm
to
saying. Sorry, I was responding to the question. I'm trying to find it. But yeah, go ahead. I'll try to find it. It might have.
I was going to just say that people. I have a thing with Micah where I can put her on my family plan for YouTube and like give her YouTube Premium, but I won't do it until she asks. Because
his profile picture.
She acts like she doesn't mind the ads and she even likes it. You know, like one of the weird Micah things, right? So I will not put her on the plan unless she specifically asks me to do it. And then it's done. And I'll never bring it up again. And she can have YouTube Premium for free for no problem. But all she has to do is ask. That's it.
Yeah. I was saying it doesn't work that way because a channel membership does not give you no ads on YouTube. Right. We also don't have channel memberships turned on. So. Okay. Jake.
Just ask Micah. Go ahead.
Oh, I see Micah typing in chat. Oh, bullshit. He would bring it up every day forever.
No, I wouldn't. I will give it to you, but you have to say that you want it because you don't want to watch ads anymore. And I'll never bring it up again.
Jake Triplet has the next super chat. Colin got back into the PlayStation ecosystem less than a month ago. 3 plats, The Last of Us 2, Battlefield 1, BF1, Republic Commando, back any shot at the front.
Why are you having such a hard time today?
Okay, you read it.
Colin got back into the PS ecosystem less than a month ago. 3 plats, The Last of Us Part 2, Battlefield 1, I guess, and Republic Commando. Back any shot at the friends list rhymes with rake. You're right.
You're right.
The last part was bad. You're right. No, I don't want to do anymore because I tried to get. Remember, everyone tried to be cute last time I did this. Filling in that friend. Like it was a whole thing I had to do. All right, fine. I'll let you in.
Do it later. We do it on the stream. You're doing more awareness to it. The problem will increase.
Right.
Next name is Korkumk. That sounds racist. I found the latest episode of Sacred Symbols Plus focusing on PlayStation 6. I finished. It had me thinking, where does PS5 Pro sit in all of this? Does PSSR help PS5 Pro's longevity?
I don't know. PS5 Pro must fit somewhere in there, but like the way it's talked about is that the new console will fit within the pricing structure falling in between PS5 and PS5 Pro, therefore like making PS5 Pro irrelevant, right? At that point. Because then you would just either get the cheaper PS5 or the more expensive PS6, but the PS6 is more expensive, or it would be cheaper than what a PS5 Pro would be on the market. So
yeah,
I hate that I'm going to have to buy a PS5 Pro just for Grand Theft Auto, and then a year later I'm going to have to put it in the closet and pick up a PS6. That pisses me off. But
yeah, it does suck. I wonder how quick the PC version will be done.
I don't know.
Maybe the year after.
1 year. I think that 1 year is what they did.
I don't want to wait that long.
Maybe Red Dead Redemption was 1 year and GTA 5. I can't remember.
Yeah, it is annoying. I guess what you could do, Jaffe, when you're to maximize its resale value, is to just quickly sell it back, right?
I guess that's true. Yeah.
Someone in the chat said Dustin can't read, but the write-ins also can't write.
Oh my God!
There's a Venn diagram.
Well, to be fair about the write-ins, if depending on how much you spend, there's a limit of characters.
Yeah.
And so
Nerf Ninja. This was during the one super chat. He says, for the canceled patron, hashtag Jaffe is right.
Oh, thank you, Nerf Ninja. That's so kind of you.
Death Shot or Death Shoot. Jaffe was right. Stupid birthday question.
It's not that the question was stupid. It's an interesting thought exercise, but for the 37-year-old man, you shouldn't care about your birthday. That's just my hard and fast rule. Now, remember, I told you guys that I felt like I went through my whole life without caring about my birthday, and I tried to make active exceptions to like celebrate myself in quotes. So like my 21st birthday, I didn't make a big deal, but we had a party and it was fun in college. And then when I was 30, I went to Kentucky and did the Bourbon Trail with my friends. And my intention was every 10 years to be like, all right, you don't have to like be so self-conscious about it. Go celebrate yourself. But then I turned 40 and I didn't do anything. So now I'm just back to my normal way. I think it's fun. I think it's good that way.
I think also what you start to like I said, last night we had Mother's Day and it consisted of my ex came over, we ordered in Italian, we took a long walk in the neighborhood, we came home and played Sushi Go.
Great game.
And it's a great game. We were all together, we were laughing, we had a good time. And I'm like, that's what we like to do on our birthdays and stuff. We want to celebrate them and stuff, but when you get to be, kind of like you said, Colin, you have your house, your beautiful wife, you have a car, you get to a point where you're like, the things that matter are things like that, spending time with your family. So it's hard to really care about, oh, look, I'm going to have a big party, where I'm just going to want to go home and watch TV with 3 or 4 people only. So,
it is interesting. Like I've said that because I really appreciate high performing, high earning people. I think it's really interesting. Like it's a really fascinating way to live. And like, it takes a lot of balls to live like that. But I quickly found that like, I didn't need much to just be comfortable.
Yeah.
And I don't even know what I would do with some of the money that I know people have, where I'm like, I don't even know, man. Like we just put it in the bank, I guess, and make it grow, which is cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway, Dustin.
Adam Defunded with a $10 super chat.
Here we go.
Honestly, more guys should get excited about their birthdays, no matter their age. It's all about celebrating life. Don't let insecurities hold you back from enjoying it.
I agree that I think insecurities do let some people hold them back from it. And maybe I'm adding to the insecurity by saying men shouldn't care about their birthdays, but I authentically do not care. Like I actually find it a little sad, if I'm being honest with you.
You mean like having a birthday or
no? Yeah, like getting older. Like I on my birthday, like I'm very aware on my birthday. I'm like, that's another year gone. Like I think at some point in my 20s, I started to look at it like that, where I'm like, it's not really like you start accumulating years because you're trying to get somewhere. Oh, I'm 12. I want to be 16. Oh, I'm 16. I want to be 21. Oh, I'm 21. What's it like being 25? And then eventually you're like, fuck, I'm just getting older and older. Nothing really changes except for me getting older. And it's another year gone and another year out of your life. And I don't look, it is positive and it's cool that people look at it that way. And I think it's great, especially for children and young people. It's just like, for me, I'm like, I don't know, man, I'm going to be 42 this year, or later in the year. And it's like, what is there to be excited about that?
Well, nothing about that.
What am I excited about?
About that part. Okay.
Yeah, like, I'm 42 now. Great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there is a lot of ageism. I mean, I'm glad I don't work in a traditional field anymore because, I could, if I would have just planted it at Sony, I would have been fine. But to go out, I mean, when you hit 40 in games, if you're not already established as a director or a big creative force, I'm not saying it's impossible or anything's possible, but I wouldn't want to be out there in general because the industry's bleak right now, but certainly as an older guy. And then you see the ageism on the internet and stuff, and it's weird because I've liked getting older. I like 55. I don't know. I don't have to tell you. It's there is science that backs it up. That there is I think it's a inverted horseshoe. I think like when you're really young, you're happy, and then you go through this with raising kids and this and that and the other. And it's not that you're like depressed, but it's a lot of fucking hard work. And then towards the end, you've worked out a lot of the shit. You don't care as much as you used to care, and you can just float. And it's pretty good. I like it.
Yeah, I have found myself becoming much more content with like who I am and what I am and whatever as time has gone on. But I saw someone in the chat say like at some point it becomes like a countdown, and it's like, yeah, it kind of feels that way. And I don't mean to be dramatic because there are people that are older than me, obviously, but it's like at 41, which I am now, it's like it is reasonable to expect I've lived more than half my life. I hope that I've lived less than half of my life.
Well, you don't really know how old your dad's. How old?
75.
Okay, so you have no idea. Like my dad died at 84, so I'm always assuming, okay, unless an accident happens, I can probably make it to 84.
Right, and I imagine we'll make it maybe even one day soon, sooner rather than later, as long as you want. But I don't want to look at things that way, but I do kind of. I mean, it's probably not a surprise to anyone who knows me, but I do look at things that way. Where I remember being 20 and being like, "Oh, you have like 4 more, like you have like 3 more times to go," and then it's like, and then you're 40, and it's like, "Oh, you kind of are like
halfway."
Yeah, you're kind of like on the down. You're actually like over the hill, not from the because I think that's 50, right? Is over the hill.
Yeah,
right.
But it really makes no sense because you don't live to 100 in most cases. It reminds me, have you seen the show Your Friends and Neighbors with John Hamm?
No, I've seen like stuff for it, but I've not watched it.
It's really good, but it reminds me of it's set in this very wealthy enclave of somewhere like New Jersey, New York, or whatever. And all of his and his ex-wife's friends are really wealthy, and they're really wealthy, and this, that, and the other. And he just talks about, he's like, there's this thing men go through who have money, men of means, not like oligarchs, but just, very, very, very comfortable, certainly in the millionaire status, that they go through where it's like, there comes a point where they start caring about expensive scotch and cigars and golf clubs and cars and their mistresses. Right. And he said, when I recognized that as a pattern, he said it was so like he didn't like it. Right. But it's so funny because I have seen guys in my life that it feels like, yeah, what is there else to look forward to? Because you get to that age and you just fall into this, this role that society has said, this is the stuff you should care about and covet, and society will embrace you if you do. And yeah, I could see getting older and just going, this is shit. There's no adventure. There's nothing happening,
Yeah.
But it's a great show, by the way. Anyway, okay.
Death metal in your face with a super chat with a question for me.
Yee.
He says, Dustin, what are the things that made your dad great? I have a 5-year-old son myself, and I think I'm doing great, but would like your perspective. Someone told me this, not my dad, but a friend of mine told me, as a, prospective father myself, he said, when your kids are very little, they're still in like a more primal state. They don't desire things, really. They don't understand wanting things. And I think that's even true up to like 5 years old. Your kid wants a lollipop or a toy, but small things. He told me the only currency that kids understand is time at that early age and how important that is. So to answer your question about one of the things that made my dad great is that he gave me his time, and cared deeply about spending time with me. He would, some people might find this a little cheesy, but it's very important to me that growing up, like he would write me letters. Like if he was going to go away for a week, he would like write me a long letter to like read from him when he was gone. So, and I think, this still goes to this day that my dad's always like, if I can always call him or talk, and especially now that he lives here, I can always go and see him. And he does it. He's there to help me out. So he's always there for me. And so, yeah, that's probably the main thing. got to spend your time with your kids.
Indeed.
So there you go.
Very nice.
Man, why does this next name got to be so terrible after that nice, heartwarming message? Gently inserted.
Yeah.
Colin, is it an innie or an outie? No, I don't mean your belly button.
What else could it be? My butt? I have a prolapsed asshole.
I was going to say, I don't think that's healthy if it's an outie butthole.
Yeah, I have an outie butthole, about 2 inches. 2 inches out. And it's painful, but it is what it is. Thank you for writing.
Strange misunderstanding of anatomy to assume it could be anything else but the belly button. What else do you mean, sir? Sounds strange.
Could you have like a concave nipple?
Yeah, you probably could.
Yeah, maybe that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Okay. Santo Lowry says, hey, Dustin, Dante B or Buffalo Trace here. Just seeing if we have an official Bucky's Puck review. Great stream. Love you all. Well, when I went down I went to the bathroom and then I went downstairs. I picked up, this is one of the Bucky's Pucks.
What is that? Is that food, right? You says peanut butter or something?
It's a quarter pound of peanut butter. It says a quarter pound of goodness.
Okay, but
it is a chocolate puck filled with peanut butter.
Oh,
excellent. And well, let's see. The serving size is so there's 4 servings in this at 150 calories each.
4 servings in that?
That's what it says.
That's preposterous.
So I ate one of them and I ate half of it in one sitting. And I was like, okay, that's enough. And then I ate the other half later that night. And then that I was like sitting there watching YouTube and I was like, oh boy, this was like Jaffe with the muffin mix. Like maybe I went too far, but yeah, they're very good. They're not as good as Colin. I know you're not a sweets guy, but like Reese's, they got the peanut butter filling locked in and no one does it as good as them.
They're changing that though. Remember?
They're changing it back, right?
Yes, hope so, because it's terrible.
Some of their products they did make worse, like the eggs around Easter and stuff. They were shit. So they are reverting. So yeah, the Bucky's Puck, pretty good. He also had like Bucky's saltwater taffy in there, which Holly is a big fan of. Very thoughtful.
Beefy, I do have the muffin mix on my shirt. I've noticed it the whole stream. I hate it. I was hoping you guys would go, oh, Jaffe must be painting something around the house or something. It's like, no, that's
actually, you're on the, I don't know if it's the same for Dustin, but you're on the bottom for me and the bar goes over your shirt. So I can't even really see it.
Yeah, no, I got it on there.
Now, I think Pork is upset about us making fun of his Britishness. He says, reminder, Dustin can't eat a whole peanut butter puck in one sitting, but he claims he could polish off 100 nuggets. Fraud. There's so many things wrong with this, Pork. I never said I could do the 100. I said I was willing to attempt. Second, I absolutely could eat this. If you dared me. If someone dared me.
Super chat him $500. He'll do it.
Yeah, I would do it.
Save it for when you want to eat it and you're going to enjoy it.
Yeah. I chose to have restraint when I got my first one. But you know what? Pork, I don't want to play marathon with you anymore. You're out.
Oh,
I'm looking for a new third. Preferably not British. Nerf Ninja says Randy is fighting the good fight. So we're getting into the Randy super chats.
Yeah, Randy turned it all around for everyone.
Yeah, Randy.
Really did.
There's a nice edit that Locke made of Randy, Red Randy Redemption.
He did not already. He already made it?
Yeah.
You know what, Lockmore? I thought we were pals. Don't you give this guy any shine, god damn it.
Where is it?
I'm telling you when all I'll say is this. There will come a day when we will reveal or we will discover the truth about Randy's side of the story not being the whole story, and you're welcome. And
Red Randy
Redemption. Yeah. In other words, your intuition will have been proven right.
That's right. Something's off.
Tyler Arrow. Colin, literally play Mixtape tonight. It'll take you less than 3 hours to beat and platinum. The game makes it super easy for you to go back and get trophies.
No, but I will play it at some point. I have 3 games open right now that I'm like dealing with, and I don't want to add anything else to the list. I have to go back and finish the platinum for mouse. I just am waiting for like a cogent guide to come out that actually shows you what you need to do because it's getting annoying. And then I want a platinum Saros and I want a platinum Vampire Crawlers. Vampire Crawlers is I think I'm almost done with. It's really, really good. I wish there was more, actually.
I'm going to skip this next super chat because it's from Pork Poncho.
Okay, fair
enough. No, I will read it. He said, did Randy and his ex-wife play It Takes Two to try to repair their marriage? If not, then neither of them tried hard enough, if you ask me.
Yeah, that could have been an interesting antidote to cure what ailed them.
Sure. Nerf Ninja says, put it to a vote. Team Randy or Team Jaffe? I mean, I can put it to a vote. I know how to do it.
I don't know if Jaffe's going to.
I don't know. Do we want to put subject?
Look,
Jaffe
I'm
to
okay.
this?
I'm okay with you guys having more people apologizing to me when the truth comes out.
Right. Delayed satisfaction.
Yeah.
All right, team.
Look, I genuinely am glad he's happy and things are going well. That's great.
Team Randy, Team Jaffe. Start poll. Okay, it's out. We'll check back in on that. Adam Defunded. I'm loving how this feels like a radio station inviting listeners. Totally need more of it.
Yeah, we'll do more in the coming weeks. I like it too. I think it's fun. Until someone ruins it. Someone will inevitably ruin it.
Yeah. Anna G. the Muppet.
Hey, Anna G. What's up, buddy?
Jaffe, you're doing great, champ. Proud of you.
Thank you, champion. I appreciate it, buddy.
The Everything Man says, hypothetical for Colin. Careful with the hypotheticals. If I made you an offer to buy Lilymo, what would the number be, do you think? And would you just retire or would you continue making games with that money?
I don't think it would be retirement money. And it's not for sale. The last time I talked about this in just a hypothetical, I think I made Barry nervous. Barry owns, first of all, 51% of the company. So I don't think I can even make those moves without us both wanting to do it together. And I'm happy owning the developer. It cost me basically nothing. The game, like Saint Slayer, has made its money back and it's more than paid for itself at this point for sure. So there's not a lot of risk with it. And I want to always make games, but it's difficult to do so. And so I think Lilymo is a great conduit for me to do that with the guys there. But like Last Stand is worth substantially more than Lilymo, I would think. If I was going to if one company was going to be worth more than the other and maybe give you more money, I think it would actually go in that direction, but nothing is for sale.
Micah, are you joking?
What did she say? Oh,
I'm putting it up. Randy's posting in the Discord about penis reduction surgery, so vote carefully.
Yeah, you got to be careful with that.
You gotta be careful.
Randy, don't blow you're up right now, okay? Don't blow it in the Discord with tall tales.
Close. I mean, the poll's really close, 52 to 48.
There's some 2020 election shit.
I mean, when I was on TJ Smash's show, I beat him 70% to 30%.
Oh, well, he's a moron. I mean, come on.
What's next, Dustin?
Commander Shepard N7, Jaffe, is most of life in human history just about sex and power?
Most of life in human history?
Is most of life in human history.
But the key word is most, meaning from recorded history till now, I do think most is about sex and power and survival. Because, it's not that recent that we've been able to have the quality of life in some areas to make it about anything more than just meeting those basic needs. So, yeah.
I see someone asking if I opened a curtain. Yeah, it was raining, so I like when it rains. I like looking outside. But now it's sunny, so now it looks. By the way, I am already so tan. Gotta watch.
You're like reverse Michael Jackson.
I am. I become very Italian suddenly. It's very Mediterranean.
Troy Branch has the next super chat that I don't understand. He says, Dustin CDs.
Oh.
CDs nuts?
I assume that's what he meant. Yeah.
Got me. So. He got me.
He did.
CDs nuts. Vesmolo. Will Wolverine get the Spidey 2 cringe treatment?
I hope not. I like the people that are made. I like Marcus Smith is directing it. I think that's in good hands. He's the director of Resistance and Sunset Overdrive and stuff like that. I think he has a good sense of humor and groundedness and understands things. I mean,
they lost their director who went over to Crystal.
Yeah, and then he lost his job there, I think, right?
I don't know, but I know that, let's just say that I know there was a time where there were people at Insomniac that were saying, no, we don't want to make this thing like that. Like we don't want to uglify Jean Grey, even though some of those things leaked. I don't know if when there was that shakeup, who stayed and who left, but here's what's funny about it is, I got a lot of shit for this tweet, but Marvel Snap, which is their card game, which I love, is putting out cards based on all the chicks in super hot swimsuits for like summer variant cards, right? Marvel doesn't have a problem. If you look at Marvel Rivals, a lot of the women are super hot in that game. So if there is a reason to not make Jean Grey as pretty as she usually is, that's got to be coming from Sony and or Insomniac, which is just the same thing. So no, I'd like to see all the superheroes and villains be as attractive as they are in the comics. That'd be great.
I need to see Wolverine's boner to prove they're not woke in the new Wolverine.
Is it adamantium boner?
Oh
yeah.
Snicked.
Rock hard. Okay.
Yeah.
The final super chat is from Pokechaw. They say, why no Mouse PI spoiler cast? Dustin and Maddie both played it along with you, Colin.
You beat it, Dustin?
I did beat it. When we were discussing it in the staff chat, I said, like, I feel like I've said everything I want to say about this game. Like, it didn't leave a huge impact on me.
Yeah, I feel like if we did it, I would need to replay it thoroughly, take notes. Because there's a deep story and there's like a lot of characterization stuff that would be fun to go into. But I don't know if there's really that much of an appetite for it, even internally. And I don't want to force people to do it. I can ask Maddie. We have a lot of things scheduled coming up. So including one, I wonder what the audience is going to think about it. I don't think you even know what's happening, Dustin.
I don't. You're going to have to tell me.
I'll tell
you
right
now. No. You tell me.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm gonna finally have Alyssa Mercante on the show.
Oh, you are spilling it now. Okay. Yeah.
She got back to us.
Interesting. So. Yeah, this is. I mean, it's always the litmus test where the audience. Most people are gonna love it. Some people are gonna be mad, but you just got to talk to people.
I don't know why they'd be mad.
Yeah, I don't know what's the deal.
She's real smart. She's a good guest. She's nice. She's articulate.
Yeah, she clearly is smart, which I think is interesting just based on reading her writing. She's from Long Island, which I really want to talk to her about because I love meeting people from Long Island. But I think we have a great disagreements, chasms between us in the way we feel about things. But I think having those conversations is important, valuable, and more importantly than anything, interesting. And I have no litmus tests for people that are on my show. If my audience disrespects any of my guests, I don't really appreciate it. And frankly, what I said is that I would say the person that I felt most disrespected, and no one went after him or said anything to him publicly. I'm not saying that, but the responses in the comments on Patreon was actually a right-wing person, which was Stuttering Craig. I feel like people obliterated him, and I didn't really like that response. And this is going to be the other side of the other side of the paradigm. And I don't want people showing that level of disrespect to anyone in my space. Know you can say whatever you want off my platforms. I don't care, but not on my platform.
She can't talk about the lawsuit, but man, I don't know if you've been following recently the Mercante's lawyer filed, I forget the name of it, but it's something that basically is sort of like, not only are we going to win the case, but you guys there's a punitive aspect, if I understand it correctly, for coming at us in the first place or something like that. It's like and the attorney, Smashhead's attorney, is just really apparently not checking crossing the T's, dotting the I's and stuff, is what I'm gathering from
I've seen that accusation leveled, and I don't know. Like, I just don't know. I don't know. Because the way I understood it in the beginning was, and I'm just kind of, I don't know all the finer details, but it was like a slam dunk for him to win. And over time, it is eroded away to the point where like there's actual problems now potentially for him. But I think some of it probably has to do with, it seems, I don't know for sure, and I'm not going to talk to her about it. I know she can't talk about it, but it's she's probably being represented, you would assume, pro bono, and these guys can kind of make your life hell. Like because they don't have to worry necessarily about billable hours, and they're trying to maybe even prove a point. Because I think one of the things I thought was that it's about the venue, like the state. Right. And I thought that they said something like, listen, like, we think we're going to win here, but if we don't understand, we're going to do it in this other place. So like, this is far from over. And
because I think it hinges on the definition of prostitute or whore or something. Because I think what ended up happening was he called her, because she did cam girl work, a prostitute, and she is saying, you're defaming me. And he's like, I'm just saying the facts. And she's like, okay, that's not true. And I think in New York, it kind of does. You can, if you squint, it can fit under that definition, but most other states it can't. I think there's something about that there. But I hope he loses. He's a moron. He's an asshole. And I don't want to see anybody get hurt, especially somebody who's got a family to look after. But, there comes a point where these guys, whether it's him, whether it's the guy right now, Chud or whatever, in the cowboy hat going around. You guys, if you haven't seen this guy going around saying the N-word to black people and really being
I did see that video of that. Yeah. That's like, what I don't understand that. Yeah. I don't even understand what the purpose of that is. The thing with Smash is that he really, there's something strange about watching someone who doesn't realize how seemingly unintelligent he is. Like, yeah, it's like, it's, as I said, it's either a game, like a total game and a complete grift, or he really believes it. And actually, one of the things I was seeing with that, did you see this? I saw this circulating. I got to read deeper into this stuff. Maybe I should in preparation for the conversation, because I don't want to like get over my skis, but like, there were a bunch of filings, I thought, basically saying like, this guy has basically offloaded his entire life to ChatGPT.
Oh yeah, no, I saw that.
And I'm like, and I was reading that stuff like that, and I'm like, this is embarrassing. Like, yes, really embarrassing.
Like, and it's like, okay, this is
deep levels.
Chat would come out and say, this is the definition of whatever, misogyny. It wasn't that, but it's something like that. He's like, okay, I like that, but get rid of this part. And finally, or make it sound like that she got hired just because she was Indian or whatever, right? And Chat's like, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to even ChatGPT came to the point where it said, I'm not going to make another culture sound terrible simply because you're asking, because it's not true. I mean, that was in his ChatGPT logs in the paper that you're talking about. It's kind of amazing.
I mean, I obviously had my own interaction with him last year, and
allegedly.
And yeah, I mean, it's all in the, people can go read all of this stuff. I don't know what the status is, and I'm kind of just observing it from my own point of view. But
yeah,
I will say that being on his show, I think was more enlightening for me than I thought, in that I was like, wow, this guy really doesn't understand things and doesn't care. And you always hear about the people throw around the term grifter and things of this nature, and I'm like, this, I don't even know if it's grifting, because I don't know if he's smart enough to grift, I guess is what I'm saying. Like, I think some of this stuff is like, and I don't mean to insult people's intelligence, but you're putting yourself out there. Like, and I think his Achilles heel, speaking of Achilles earlier, his Achilles heel is like his lack of intellect. That's a pretty substantial Achilles heel. So I think he's dealing with maybe people that are a little smarter than him. And whether you agree, the thing is that I probably agree with some of his politics a lot more than I agree with Alyssa's politics, partisan politics. But there's no doubt that Alyssa's substantially smarter than him.
Oh, she's very, that's smart.
And that, right. It's like, so it's like, I don't know. I'm and this goes all the way back to the mixtape conversation in the beginning, and it's a great way to wrap it, because it's like, it gets into the trickle down of people who control the conversation. Didn't someone say recently, like an old game developer, I don't know who it was, saying that like people are way too influenced by what other people are saying?
Tim Kaine or something, the guy who did the Fallout games. And
the original Fallout guy.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's absolutely true. And I know it because I see
people got so mad at him. They usually love him, but they got real pissed at him.
But he's right. Like, I only say it for my own observation is like, I know that the things I say about PlayStation and the things I say on Sacred Symbols get circulated around the PlayStation ecosystem. Yeah. Like I see people saying the things I said, supporting the positions I supported. Like people always accuse me of that. In fact, I think Jez and Rand were telling me that on their show, Xbox 2. They're like, one of the major reasons I think Xbox people don't like me on their side is because like I kind of set the cadence, or at least I'm one of the people that sets the cadence for like what we say about things. But I'm like, I'm only saying it for me. I want you to hear my perspective and think for yourselves, but I think a lot of people imbue themselves with that, and then that becomes their reality. And if that's true for me, a small content creator comparable to a lot of these people, then surely it's true for all these other people. And I think that's why robbing themselves of experience because of
that's why I think it is a grift for most of these people. Because I think, like I make videos and streams, right? If you go to my channel, it's, I'm not a successful YouTuber compared to these guys, but I make things about everything. Here's my mixtape response. Here's a shitty drama video. Here's a video about my views of game design in, whatever, this game, Mouse. You go to their streams or their videos and everything is calculated to farm rage. So I think the damage they do is, and you actually kind of talked to them about this. You were saying this is the problem I have with you kinds of people. The damage they do is that there are people that believe them. And so they don't really care if this shit's real. They don't care if it's real, but the audience buys it. And then it becomes reality. And it's like, but they're making money and you got to eat, I guess. So
yeah, I think for some of them they make good money. I think for other people, I think it's overstated how much money they're making, which I think makes it even sadder. Like, I think these guys, some of these guys, I know how much money
I make with my channel being as small as it is, and it ain't nothing. So I imagine it's pretty easy for me to look at their channel and go, okay.
Well, what I'm saying is it's enough for like you to live your life. I think for a lot of these guys.
Oh yeah.
I think if I was going to sell my soul, I would want a lot more than what they're making.
Sure.
The reality is that people talking about what you like simply isn't in vogue. Tracking the news as it happens isn't exciting, and you have to have knowledge to do that. If they had to talk about the news as it stands and the games they play and enjoy, they would have no audience. And I think that's a shame for them, but they are doing what they have to do to survive. But I'm so comfortable going after that space because I think a lot of my audience is like, why are you fixated on this? And I'm like, well, because it's an interesting target for me, and that's simply not my audience. Like I would have a hard time believing that there's almost anyone that listens to Smash that listens to me. There can't possibly be crossover. Like, I'm sorry, there's like an intellectual divide there, like a gap of like what the individual audience's expectations are for those respective creators. So from that perspective, I don't even feel like I'm alienating anyone because I'm like, these are definitely not my people. Like, there's no way. No, like there's no way. So anyway, Dustin, are we good to go?
2 housekeeping things. Number one, I just want to update because Troy Branch updated with a new super chat of what he was asking about the CDs. He said, Dustin, do you play music CDs or just vinyl?
Oh, he wasn't trying to trick you.
No. I do not play any music CDs. My primary way of listening to music is through Apple Music. But I do have a large vinyl collection and listen to vinyl often. So if I am listening to physical music, it is on vinyl. And the other housekeeping note is the final thing on the poll. I'm ending the poll now. The final outcome is Team Jaffe 50%, Team Randy 50%.
Wow. To be determined.
If only Randy's divorce would have been as equitable.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Right.
Now,
that whore.
That whore, yeah, that's right.
Micah,
whore of the Orient of Louisiana.
Micah mentioned him talking about penis reduction surgery. I think he's joking in the Discord. He said, if I posted a GoFundMe, would anyone be willing to help me with a penis reduction surgery? That's why I didn't want to discuss it. It's so huge it hurts. That's why I didn't want to discuss it. He's joking around. Yeah, he's joking around.
If only you were that blessed.
If only.
All right.
Let's
get the hell out of here. Jaffe, it was good to see you. Thank you for being here with us today.
Thank you for having me. I always love coming on the shows. I'm always here when you need me. And
cool, man.
Thanks.
Yeah, we'll have you back in the coming weeks for sure. I really enjoy these.
I'm all right.
Dustin, be well. Have a good rest of your week. I'll see you on Thursday, I guess, for Sacred Symbols.
Yeah, sounds good.
I love you, Randy. Don't hate me. I love you so much, baby.
Oh, Randy. It's TBD. It really is TBD right now. We'll have Randy back in the coming months, and we'll see where we stand. Because 50%, there's still influence to be rendered over this audience, I think. All right, yeah, it's time. So Dustin, see you on Thursday. Jaffe, I'll see you soon in the coming weeks, no doubt. Excellent. Everyone out there, have a great week. Be well. Stay safe. Thank you so much for your love, kindness, and support. Patreon.com/laststandmedia for all of our stuff over there. Laststandmedia.store for merch. We'll see you next time. Be well. Bye.